Judging our fitted Hampshire show today is Tom Wilworth. Tom is from Eagle Grove, Iowa. His family currently own 90 head of Southdowns. He has successfully competed at the state and national levels. He and his family started raising Poll Dorset sheep in 1964. The highlight of the Dorset program was breeding the national champion ram, which was the supreme champion ram overall at Louisville in 1987. In 2008, they sold out of the Poll Dorsets to begin their focus on the Southdowns. Tom has judged sheep shows in 14 states, including 2 national shows at the North American International Livestock Expo and the Northeast Livestock Expo, also known as the Big E, along with many state fairs as well as junior and local shows. Let's welcome Tom Wilworth to your Hampshire show today. And judging the Slickshorn Poll Dorsets today is Tim Gadsby. He, along with his wife Kinsey and daughter Oakley, own and operate Greenleaf Valley, where they run around 80 ewes, primarily horned Dorsets and Merinos in the western portion of Pennsylvania. Tim works as a fields claim manager with No Ally Crop Insurance. He'll be doing our slicks, and then he'll be back a little later in the week with Border Lesters. Let's welcome Tim Gadsby to your National Polled Dorset Show.
Well, good morning over here in the slick side. I think a nice pair here to start out with. I think a buck, though, that wins this class and does it pretty handily. A buck, you get off the side, he's good underneath, really neat in that chest, and he's expansive over his hip and back into the top side of his hip into his pin set. Attractive about his head enough for me, and just a nice, smooth, complete buck to start with. The smaller, moderate buck in 2 here has some things you really like. You get him behind him. Again, he's a buck that wedges appropriately, especially out through that pin set. We put him into motion. He's just a little more off in his loin. Like to hold him together a nickel better, especially on the top side of his skeleton. But nice pair. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slickshorn Fall Ram Lamb class for the Poll Dorsets, first place to entry 7. Tracy Denninger, Washington Courthouse, Ohio, with WD Dorsets 1387. Second place to entry number 6, Harper Carey, Richwood, Ohio, with Oth Farms 560. That is also our Slickshorn Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion Rams. Now ready for Winter Ram Lambs. Slickshorn Poll Dorset Winter Ram Lambs. Next in the Hampshire ring, we need fitted senior ram lambs. Placing on the class of fitted yearling rams for the National Hampshire Show, first place goes to entry 4, Cahoon Farms, Orangeville, Illinois, with Cahoon 0724. Second place to entry 1, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota, with Bobbendreyer 24 61. Third place to entry number 6, Brad Larson, Blair, Nebraska. Placing on the class of Hampshire fitted senior Ram Lambs, first place to entry 11, Amanda King, Petaluma, California, with King Diamond Ranch 323. Second place to entry 8, Mike Caskey, Holland, Minnesota, with Caskey E240. Third to entry 9, Aaron Holloran, Waterloo, Illinois.
I think a really nice class here. I think the top two kind of elevate, in my mind, pretty quick, especially we get them on the move. I think sheep that move quite a bit different, though, in that respect. The class winner, more moderate, more compact kind of sheep in his overall design, front to rear. A sheep that's just really cool when you get in front of him. He's opened up, and he's so good at the ground, especially his forearm sits so well at the base of his knee, and it develops into that foot when he travels out off that front, and I just love that part of his body. Is he a nickel shorter hind saddle than we have coming to? Absolutely. Does he take that big, long, natural, soft stride that we would like to see? Maybe not. But boy, we're going to be critical on him and when we're down here at Louisville. But when you put all the pieces and parts together, that one's awful cool. That one has a terminal look to him, but still looks like he can make some girls as well. I think the sheep in second here, on the standstill, really like. He has that extra shot of length. Really masculine about his head, and love that skull shape. Like him at the ground well enough. Get him into motion again. Just doesn't collect that rear two good enough for me today. I just wish he'd be a little more comfortable, a little more smooth to the gate, especially on those rear two, but that's a nice pair. The sheep in three here, again, just kind of a complete sheep. When we round out what we left the ring and what we have in front of them, I think this is one that kind of meets in the middle. Maybe doesn't have that ultra cool chest floor that we have in the two in front of him, but he sure does handle with some thickness, some muscle. Like him out through his pin set. Just maybe gets a little too top heavy for me, especially when we talk about that lower shoulder, but he's a nice one. The buck on four, when the girls get him stuck, he probably could slide up in your opinion, but get him into motion. He's just not good enough in his chest floor, gets too high in his spine, just not comfortable not up out through his hip, but he's a nice, long, well-doing buck. Round out with by far the youngest buck, a really pattern-friendly buck, a buck that sure, if you think he's one of the younger ones, he's intriguing. Just need more muscle and shape on him today to compete, but nice class.
For the Hampshire show, our fall fitted senior champion ram goes to entry 11 out of the fall lamb class. Amanda King, Petaluma, California, with King Diamond Ranch 323. Reserve senior champion goes to first place yearling ram, entry 4, Cahoon Farms, Orangeville, Illinois, with Cahoon 0724. Placing on the Pole Dorset Slickshorn Winter Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 12, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio, with Obsession Showstock 5596. Second place to 19, Blake Martin, Attica, Ohio, with Martin 25016, Grizzly. Third place to entry 11, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. Fourth place to 13, Eric Taylor, Jeffersonville, Ohio. 5 to 16, Heidi Barkley, LeGrand, California. 6 to 18, Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana. 7th place to 9, Lane Wolfong, Warm Spring, Virginia. 8 to entry number 17, Connor Cobb, Richwood, Ohio. And 9 to 14, Gretchen Kinn, North Liberty, Indiana.
I think a pretty challenging class here. Buck lambs that sure didn't want to get around and move real natural here this morning. It's a cold morning. They got quite a bit of water on them and just kind of tucked up and get a good read on them there. That second walk sure did me a lot more than that first. Some differences, and we'll talk through them here and kind of justify how I made this sword. The class winner, when this one gets propped up, he just has some extras to him. He getting behind him, youthful in his overall appearance, extended up through that front end, really neat up at that point of the shoulder. I think a buck that reads super youthful but still has so many extras to him to represent that power in his future. He's wide base. He's really cool when he gets away from you. Again, is he the softest middled one at this point? No. Is he dropped in as deep as he needs to be? No. But boy, his overall look and his build from the side is one that just presents so much wow factor. I like that one a lot. The large outline buck here in two, and so much to like about his footwork and his bone work. Big old foot on this guy, and just terminal in his overall look. Long spine. Those are two kind of different sheep, and I think you can run with them either way as far as your type and kind. I respect both of their types, and I like the outline of this buck in two quite a bit. He's, again, a little deeper, a little softer than we have in our class winner. They're just different, right? But I still like the turn to his rib for a big sheep. That's a nice one in two. The sheep in three, he was the one that got out and pranced for us today. He was most comfortable in his top side of his skeleton for me. A sheep that's just a little plainer in his rib, a little flatter, maybe doesn't have that extra bone work and that stoutness at the ground we have in a class winner or the two buck. But boy, that's an awful productive kind of a sheep that, on the right kind of females, I think that one could work quite a bit. He's just kind of the combination sheep. Looking for some extras out here, looking for some wow factor, and he just kind of hit in the middle for me today. And then 4 and 5, two actually really similar bucks. Bucks, their best point is when they're on the prop. We get them into motion. They're just awful tight and wound up today on the top side of their skeleton. Bucks just need to relax and lay in. That would sure set their hawk in a little more natural on the gate. But that's a nice class of 5. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slickshorn Spring Ram Lamb class for the first place to entry number 23, Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina, with Northern Star Livestock Service, 25-130. Second to entry 29, Northern Oklahoma Sheep Center, Northern Oklahoma College, Tonkawa, Oklahoma, with NOC 25060, Yum Yum. Third place to 25, Francesca Volpe, Helena, Montana. Fourth place to entry 22, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. Fifth to entry 21, also Owen Torrance. Sixth place to 26, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. 7 to entry 24, Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina. 8th place to 28, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Placing on the pair of Slickshorn Ram Lambs, first to entry number 33, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Second, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. Placing on the Hampshire fitted January Ram Lamb class, first place to 23, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota, with Bobbendreyer 25-2. Second place to entry number 16, Brad Larson, Blair, Nebraska, with L&L 25-505. Third place to 24, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois. Fourth place to 15, Tom Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Fifth place to 17, Avery Smith, Spirit Lake, Iowa. Sixth place to 18, Elise Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois. 7 to 21, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. And eighth place to 22, Alf Hampshires, Janesville, Wisconsin.
I think a really nice pair of classes there that has some quality. And again, in these slick shows, there's so many types and kinds, and that's what makes it fun, I think. I think you can get drawn to some good things about maybe some bigger sheep and some good things about some littler sheep, and it just kind of all makes it a little more fun, right? Get out here, these $4, there's so much high level. You know, we walk them again, and you could flip this rows, and you could go back and forth and find some other ones in those classes, but these are the four that I really suit me, you know. Their term and is where they're going is sure different, and that's what again makes it fun. So I'll go get your junior champion or reserve junior champion, but great group of young bucks here. Congratulations.
Slickshorn Junior Champion Ram went to entry number 12 out of the Winter Ram Lamb class for the Pole Dorsets, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio, with Obsession Showstock 5596. The Reserve Junior Champion to entry 23 from the Spring Ram Lamb class, Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina, with Northern Star Livestock Service 25130. Now ready to show for Slickshorn Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Rams.
There we go. Let's put our hands together for the Dorset Male Sheep Show here. Great set of sheep these young people and exhibitors brought us. Makes it real easy for me. I think the two kind of just collectively stay together, and that's going to be your junior champions. They'll be your champion in reserve today. Just like so much high quality that they bring those extras, bring the wow factor for me today. They look like bucks that need to live a long time and make lots of offspring. Congratulations.
Grand champion Slickshorn Pole Dorset Ram goes to entry number 12 out of the Slickshorn Winter Ram Lamb class. Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio, with Obsession Show Stock 5596. The reserve grand champion to entry 23, our reserve junior champion, out of the Spring Ram Lamb class, Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina, Northern Star Livestock Service 25130. Your next class will be Class 1, or the early class of yearling ewes. Early yearling ewes will be your next class. Placing on the fitted February Ram Lamb class for your National Hampshire Show, first place goes to entry 31, Kelgard Farms, Takema, Nebraska, with Kelgard 25-266. Second place to entry 29, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 2554. Third place to 30, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Fourth place to 33, Elise Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois. Fifth place to 28, Jeffrey Held, Hampshire's, Aurora, South Dakota. Sixth place to 36, Peterson Sheep Company, Doug and Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota. 7 to 38, Adam Binker, Bardstown, Kentucky. And eighth place to entry 34, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota.
I think really an interesting class here. I'll be the first to admit when they hit the ring, the class winner wasn't one that just kind of struck you. Obviously, a female in production. As the class went on, and you just read who she was overall, condition-wise is awesome on her, as you'd expect one in production like this. But man, you put these girls into motion. She's the widest at the ground. She's the best in her top line. She's just got to win, right? If you like them to move good, you like them wide. Heck, if you like them in production too, she hits all three categories. Outstanding female here. She just is attractive on the top side of her skeleton in motion. She gets out here and sure, like these females when they are in production, bracing them and getting a hold of them, want to act like a cat sometimes, but she gets into motion. She's just so fluid. That's a nice spot to start. Really big-footed. I think one, if you come to me and she's relaxed and she's deepened and still has them babies in her, boy, this is a slam dunk, and I just didn't want to take that away. That's a great sheep underneath everything. Congratulations there. The sheep in 2 and 3 come really close in my mind. Let me be the first one to admit breed type is exceptional on these two females. When this slick shorn deal started, a little all over the place as far as ear shape, wool cover, thickness of ear, just a lot of things. Absolutely gorgeous pair of females from a breed standpoint. I think that needs to be noted. These females are just strikingly attractive about their heads. Built really cool, run uphill, have some look. Maybe don't have that natural base width that we have in our class winner, but females that are super functional. I think in 2 here we have one a nickel more moderate, a little better in her chest floor than comes in 3. But again, an attractive front end, razor up through her neck, and just attractive in her jawline. That's a nice one for 2. 3, big outline sheep here again, and we kind of spoke about her a little bit about her type and kind. Maybe gets a nickel flatter. We get her in motion. She's just not quite as wide when she gets away from me as we have in 2 and 1, but a really attractive female. 4, from the side, just 2D on a sheep. You like her in her lines. You get in behind her. She's going to be the flatter ribbed of the 4 here we have that we're talking. Like to change that neck placement. Just go ahead and elevate that on the top of the shoulder just a notch more. But a female, if we can blow her apart in the next round of her genetics, I think you have a really good one there. And then round out one with it just kind of fun looking, right? She's cool and moderate and shallow and wide, and she's built for a certain industry. I wanted to keep her in the top 5. I think there's a lot to like about her. I like a moderate, and I think she's an awful good moderate one. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slickshorn Yearling U Class 1 for the Pole Dorsets. First place goes to entry 52, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa, with Nickel Sheep Farm W2402, Scarlet. Second place to 57, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio, with Obsession Showstock 4309. Third place to 49, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Fourth place to to 51, Jeffrey Wilson II, Dansville, New York. 5th place to 58, Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana. 6 to 55, Peyton DeWeese. And 7 to entry 54, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. Placing on the fitted March and later Ram Lamb class for the Hampshires. First to entry 40, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois, with Kate Person 25-26. Second to 43, Mike Caskey, Holland, Minnesota, with Caskey F165. Third place to entry 42, Jeffrey Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Fourth place to 45, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Fifth to 25, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. Sixth place to 46, Tom Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. And 7 to Adam Binker, Bardstown, Kentucky. Placing on the Hampshire fitted pair of Ram Lambs. First place goes to Mike Caskey, Holland, Minnesota. Second place to 48, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Third to 47, Jeffrey Held, Aurora, South Dakota. 4 to 51, Elise Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois. And 5 to 53, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois.
Get into class 2 here, and I think it kind of just lines up a little more natural for me. I think that top pair stick together. With that being said, I think the class winner just kind of dominates and runs away with this class. Great handle, great touch, getting behind her. She's really big up on the top side of her hip, still ultra cool and feminine. Her front shoulder lays in neat, and we got some power. We have some ladylike looks to her. I mean, that's just a great spot to start. She's really natural in her leg set, especially when she gets out and moves. I think that's where I'm really drawn to her in this class. Super flexible and just a nice, comfortable stride out through her hock. That's a nice shoe to win this class. It'll be interesting to see her come back in that senior drive because I think she's an ultra good one. The sheep in second, I think just mostly closely follows. That's kind of a cliche thing to hear out here, but when you get back and study them, I think they're ones that are built really similar. Two, I really like. She's awful deep in her flank. She's super soft. Maybe that's where she gets over one just a little bit. We shorten them up a little bit. We can make them look a little softer. But that top pair is really cool to look at. Go ahead and just pull that neck. Just get it up notch on the top side of her shoulders, just ever so slightly. But that's a really nice pair to stick together. I'd be awful happy if those were jumping on my trailer at the end of the week. The sheep in 3 here, the challenging sheep, big-footed, kind of tweenerish, if you will. I just need to change her in her front third of her body, get her to balance a little better. She's going to be the flatter ribbed of the 3 in front here. But I think from a breed standpoint, a consistency standpoint, we get out here in the slick shore pulled show. I think that's an awful attractive headed one. That's an awful good typed one. She still has enough shape and power for a female. She's going to be geared toward a different side of this industry, and I think she's going to fit it really well. Same could be said, but they're on the other side of the spectrum. And 4 here, intriguing would be hard for me not to say on this female. Super good on the move. Could I get her to set and have a little more flexibility in her hock? Yes. But boy, I put her in a motion, and the first thing I thought to myself was, she's still really comfortable in her movement, and she was good in her joint. I think just the visual aspect of how much power and shape she has maybe doesn't do her the best justice visually when you get her here in a show ring. Taking nothing away from her powerful, great to put your hands on. I like that one a bunch. Where she fits in this top 5 was a challenge for me. I thought 4 was the most realistic, but that's a nice female. And round out the class with just base width narrowness of the top 5. But again, a female, an attractive fronted kind of a girl, one that looks like she could run around and make some females. Again, she's soft in her flank, a lot like 2 really for me. Those kind of stick together, but that one there in 5, just not quite built wide enough at the ground. But great class. I like that group.
For our fitted Hampshire show, our fitted junior champion ram went to entry number 31 out of the February Ram Lamb class, Kelgard Farms, Tekamah, Nebraska, with Kelgard 25-266. The reserve junior champion went to our fitted March and later born Ram Lamb class winner, entry 40, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois, with K. Person 25-26. For the class number 2 of our Slickshorn yearling ewes for the Pole Dorsets, first place to 38, Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio, with Silversmith 24101. Second place to 46, Heidi Barkley, LeGrand, California, with Stillwell 24025. Third to 45, Eric Taylor, Jeffersonville, Ohio. Fourth place to 44, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Fifth place to 47, Heidi Barkley, LeGrand, California. Sixth place to 48, Jeffrey Wilson II, Dansville, New York. 7 to 42, Lane Wolfong, Warm Spring, Virginia, and 8 to 39, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Placing on the Slickshorn pair of yearling ewes for the Pole Dorsets, 1st to 59, Heidi Barkley, La Grande, California. 2nd to 60, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. 3rd to 62, Jeffrey Wilson II, Dansville, New York. 4th to 63, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. And 5th to 64, Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana. For the Fitted Hampshire Show, our grand champion ram goes to entry number 31, our junior champion out of the February Ram Lamb class, Kelgard Farms, Takema, Nebraska, with Kelgard 25-266. The reserve grand champion to entry 11, our senior champion winner. 11 came out of the senior Ram Lamb class, Amanda King, Petaluma, California, King Diamond Ranch, 323.
A trio of full ewe lambs here, and I think one that wins pretty handily. I think she's just the freshest one. She's the softest one, a part of her middle, like that curve to that middle part of her rib, and I think just a female that's striking about her head again and deep in that twist. A ton of things I like about this female. Really reads to be maternal and just still have that extra shot of look through that chest for as much body and depth than she has in her flank. Like her a bunch. I think the two sheep just kind of gets overwhelmed as far as forearm and bone shape compared to that class winner. Get her into motion. She just isn't quite as fluid either. But boy, the girls get her stuck here. And again, one that kind of patterns up really similar, deep, soft kind of a middled sheep and just really flexible out through her hocks. That's a really functional female to go to. Intriguing sheep here on 3, a little smaller built. Just doesn't quite have that handle and that touch. I think when we get a little more flatter and just not quite as neat in that front third of a rib shape, carrying a little more condition. But again, really nice group of 3. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slick Shorn Early Fall ewe lamb class for the Pole Dorsets, first place to entry 67, Tracy Denninger, Washington Courthouse, Ohio, with W.D. Dorsets 1380. Second place to 68, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois, with W.D. Dorsets 1377. And third to 66, Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana.
Let's give the senior class a drive here, a round of applause. Great set of females. I think six, again, a cliche all day long. I think six are really, really high quality. Different stages, maybe different patterns as far as where they're at in their performance. But I think there's one that just kind of runs away, right? And then from there's some decisions. I think two kind of hang together there and kind of battle out for reserve, really similar in their type and kinds. But I had fun sorting these. Look forward to the young girls that come out here in the ULAM classes. We'll go get your senior and reserve senior champion. Congratulations.
Our Slickshorn senior champion, U, for the Pole Dorsets, go to entry 38 out of the late class of Slickshorn yearling U's. Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio, with Silversmith 24101. The reserve senior champion to 67 out of the early fall U Lamb class, Tracy Denninger, Washington Courthouse, Ohio, WD Dorset's 1380. Next class is the late fall ewe lambs, Slickshorn late fall ewe lambs.
group of four out here for the late fall. I think the top pair just, I think they kind of get away from it, kind of separate themselves from the bottom two, in my opinion. The class winner, the young lady, does a great job of getting her propped up, and maybe didn't want to get around good enough for us there. Relax and soften their top and just kind of be more natural out here on the move. But boy, when they get her set up, so much to like. The depth of body, the pin set, and the foot size, I think so much to like there. A long hind saddle, kind of a sheep, something that maybe gets missed a little bit in this show. But boy, when you get it on a female, you really appreciate it. Like the sheep into a bunch. It was probably a little more of a coin flip for me than maybe looked like on the outside. Like this one in her chest floor. I think this one has some added pop as far as her overall natural muscling down her top. Maybe doesn't carry that much and down into her lower twist and that lower quarter that we have in a class winner. Maybe just a nickel more refined, but I like her construct as far as her chest floor and up through that bottom part of her blade. I think that one's an interesting one. I think that's where we need to change three, right? We like three from the middle part of her body back. She's opened up. She's really good on the move, natural in her loin, really soft. Boy, if we can stick that chest floor back up into her, make her a little cleaner in that lower part of her shoulder, that's an interesting one. Maybe give her a shot more foot size too, and then round out the class with one that just needs a little more muscling and shape. Nice class. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slickshorn Late Fall ewe lamb class, first place to entry number 69, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois, with Obsession Showstock 5556. Second place to entry 70, Harper Carey, Richwood, Ohio, with Oath Farms 557. Third place to 72, Lacey Hahn, Berlin Center, Ohio. And fourth to 71, Emily Hahn, Berlin Center, Ohio. Placing on the fitted Hampshire early yearling U class, first place goes to entry 76, Alf Hampshires, Janesville, Wisconsin, with Alf 43724. Second to entry 73, Kelgard Farms, Takema, Nebraska, with Kelgard 24-227. Third place to 82, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota, 4-80, Jeffrey Held, Aurora, South Dakota. 5 to 72, Tom Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Sixth place to 71, Alf Hampshires, Janesville, Wisconsin. Seventh place to 79, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 8 to 77, Adam Binker, Bardstown, Kentucky. And 9 to 74, Kelgard Farms, Takema, Nebraska.
Get in the first class here, winners, and I think the two up here kind of get to the top real quick for me. Kind of a nice natural sort, and from what I like, sheep in first. Just take the halter off her and hit her in the tail header and let her run to the other end of the ring, and you're going to know why I wanted to use her. She is dead level and just so natural in her movement and fluid in her motion, and I think so much. And we get into these and we talk about making them so shallow and all this stuff, and man, you just need to get back and study them, and there's got to be some cavity there's got to be some dimension, but when you get one that maybe is a nickel deeper, then maybe that would be the trendy way to go. You got to get back in that flank and say, what else does she have, because that can't be the only evaluation tool we use. This female is deep in her flank, just soft in her overall build, ultra cool in her neck. Man, if that neck could just come up just a notch get rid of one of those wrinkles and have it sit a little higher on that blade, I mean, she would just look jet coal, and the young lady could get off and give her nose, and it would look like a hammer out here. Like that one a bunch. Sheepin 2, again, built slightly different. This is one that, has that touch, has all that handle you're looking for, and when you take the wool off of them. A Sheepin we stack her against that top placing one. They're just kind of different. They can be really good and be different, and I think we have that in that top pair. She shortens up just a notch for me compared to that class winner, but man, that's a good female. I think her red ribbon's awful good on that one. I think that's that kind of where she stops in the class for me. Young lady does a nice job getting her shown. Sheepin 3 here, real similar to 2. I think the sheep for me just doesn't quite balance. When he gets her prop, she's good. I just don't think she's naturally deep enough in her flank. I just like to see her a little softer. We're talking about a winter class here in November. She's got to have more cavity, more turn to her rib, and just give you a little deeper. If we find this female like this in September or August, it could be kind of game on time, right? But she needs to kind of hit the grass out here with a little more width and dimension. Like the Sheepin 4, presented a little different, a little sandier about her there. Like to clean her head up a little bit and get her typed up just a notch more, but she's so deep in her twist and the lower part of her leg. She's full of muscle when you get in behind her. A sheep that just isn't smooth in her transitions up through her shoulder. But boy, that's a nice one that has some production. Sheepin 5 just gets a little too straight on both ends for me today. Like her on the standstill, put her in a motion. She's got to have more flex and more movement out of the rear too. But I think an ultra good one that could stand in the top 5 here today. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slick Shorn Winter ewe lamb class for the early division for the Slick Shorn Poll Dorsets. First place goes to entry 90, Tracy Denninger, Washington Courthouse, Ohio, with WD Dorsets 1411. Second place to 95, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois, with Edge 1627. Third place to 94, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Fourth place to 96, Mitchell Brown, Princeton, Indiana. Fifth to 98, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. Sixth place to 99, Eli Gibson, Mineral, Virginia. Seventh place to 93, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Eighth place to 88, Eric Taylor, Jeffersonville, Ohio. Ninth place to 101, Harper Carey, Richwood, Ohio. And 10 to 91, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. Placing on the late fitted yearling U class for our National Hampshire Show, first place to 59, Phyllis Davison, Beatrice, Nebraska, with GD 2436. Second place to entry number 62, Tom Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota, with Bobbendreyer Boys 2434. Third place to 63, Gary Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Fourth place to 67, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 5 to 69, Ronald Pullen, Waterloo, Iowa. Sixth place to 64, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Seventh place to 70, Kate Person, Foreston, Illinois. Eighth to 60, Tom Gilmore, Beatrice, Nebraska. 9 to entry 65, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. And 10 to 68, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. Placing on the Hampshire fitted yearling U pair yearling U class, first place to entry 88, Tom Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Second to entry 90, Alf Hampshires, Janesville, Wisconsin. Third to 85, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. And fourth to 87, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana.
Kind of a good sort here when you can put two together that bring you a lot of the similar things. I think that top pair is really neat. The young ladies, you that wins the class, just gets out and gallops and prances and holds both sides of her skeleton together extremely well. She's opened up. Get in front of this female. She's neat. She's really built cool up through her shoulder and into her chest floor and has some muscle. And yet we get into this winter class. She reads feminine and youthful enough, but still has that dropped in there in her flank and balances up on the bottom side of her skeleton. She has some extras too, right, that don't hurt the cause when you get out here to make a show sheep, but she's a nice spot to start. Like the streamlining too, I think she just follows one really, really well. Go ahead and just stay in line there. Just stay in line. Two follows really, really well. I think when you get back and study this one compared to the class winner, I think that front construction up through her shoulder into her chest floor, it's really good, right? I mean, she's second out here at Louisville. I just think that one that wins is just so much more radical in that spot. Base width again and two, love that. She's fresh. This girl's going to make a heck of a yearling you. She's long hind saddled. That top pair is really fun. That's a neat pair. From there, some challenges in this class as far as condition, age, and just overall look. I think the combination sheep, when we talk about a Dorset Spring Ewe Lamb, is here in 3. Extremely attractive. Probably one you could put wool on and trim a little bit, and she'd look good. And isn't that what it's all about, to be able to take these sheep and make whatever you want with them? Like her a bunch. She's just maybe not that power and shape we get out here and take the wool off today, but outstanding through her shoulder up into her neck, and keep feeding on that one. She's going to be a classy female to come down here next year for sure. And then 4 and 5, just kind of from a different pattern, but boy, you put your hands on them and what they bring, and they balance good. They're good in their blade. I think sheep that, maybe just don't, again, transition when you put them into motion. They don't hold everything together. They get a little clunky out through their hip to be able to challenge. Maybe don't get quite deep and soft in that rear flank today. But boy, they're nice females. They're intriguing for me. Nice class. Congratulations.
Placing on the late class of winter ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 87, Samantha Williams, Murray, Iowa, with Silversmith 2521 Poodle. Second place to entry 81, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Nichols Sheep Farm, W 2525. Third to 79, Heidi Barkley, La Grande, California. Fourth place to 86, Leland Ging, Rushville, Indiana. 5 to 85, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Sixth place to 92, Heidi Barkley, La Grande, California. Seventh place to 84, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Eighth place to 80, Kate Zettel, Browntown, Wisconsin. Ninth place to 83, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 10th place to entry number 73, Kurt and Miranda Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. 11 to 77, Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana. 12 to 76, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. 13 to 75, Lane Wilfong, Warm Spring, Virginia. And 14th place to 82, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class of the Fitted Hampshire Show, first place to entry number 94, Jeffrey Held, Aurora, South Dakota, with Held 245010. Second place to entry number 99, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky, with Bobbin Dryer 24-111. Third to 103, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Fourth place to 97, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Fifth to 93, Jeffrey Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Sixth place to 96, Gary Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Seventh place to 101, Amanda King, Petaluma, California. Eighth place to 95, Aaron Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. Ninth place to 102, Heather Wright, Moose Lake, Minnesota. 10 to 105, Caitlin Willard, Northampton, Massachusetts. And 11 to entry 10, Foster King, DeGraff, Ohio.
I think by far the challenging class for me today. Boy, if this female that starts the class from a rib shape standpoint, I don't know if I've seen one today that I'm just actually drawn that close to, like, looking at her middle part of her body and going, God, I like that. This female is so good in her cage. I mean, she's feminine is all get out through that middle part of her body. You want to talk about one, and in my mind, and I'll just kind of go through some of the thoughts here, taking these females, and we can talk about pin set and get all these dramatic words out here that everybody's heard for several days, or we could just talk about one that's going to stick around and be productive for 6 or 7 years because they're built right, they have the right dimensions within their skeleton to not only look good out here, but look good, in future. This female is a striking maternal piece in my mind. Boy, if we could just elevate her just a nickel and run her up and get her to look like that gorgeous Louisville show class winner. This class is a lot quicker, but I can't get away from that middle part of her body. That's just striking. That's an awesome one right there. The sheep in two, this is where it's challenging, right? She's fun. I mean, that one back, you get back and study her and get a mirror set up in your barn and watch yourself show this one every day, and you're like, how's she going to get beat ever, right? She's just a sheep that just at this stage just doesn't quite have that middle part of her cage that we have in that class winner. Her by herself is just awesome down her top. She is radical out through that top side of her pin. She's jet straight down her top, wide chested. I mean, she's so much good. I think that top pair is very different, but the high level points they bring to the table are just awesome to get back and study. Young man, you got a killer right there in 2 too. Sheep in 3, I think, we talk about that maternal of 1. I think the one in the class that follows here is in 3. Is she as clean fronted and cool on her lower shoulder and her brisket as we have in the class winner? No. But boy, from a functional maternal standpoint, she's really cool and looks to be really productive. Maybe on the other side of her growth curve, and maybe one that's a nickel quicker as we read her going in the future. But love the head on that sheep, type and kind. That's just a pretty striking Dorset head there. Sheep in 4 here. Young people get her jacked up, get her rolling in, get her propped up, and she looks cool. I think another one that we get back and study her, and we like how wide and opened up she is, and good down her top, and has so many of those extras. She's just a nickel planer in her front shoulder. She's just more common in that front part of her body for me. But boy, that's an ultra good one. Round out the class with, again, when we can get her set up and get her looking right, she's got a ton of pieces, extremely long necked and cool out through the front. Just needs more bone, needs bigger forearm, just needs to have a bigger turn to the middle side there. But that's a nice class. Great job.
Placing on the fitted senior ewe lamb class for the Hampshires, first place to entry 94, Jeffrey Held, Aurora, South Dakota, with Held 245010. Second place to entry 99, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky, with Bobendreyer 24111. Third place to 103, Charles Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Fourth to 97, Charles Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Fifth place to 93, Jeffrey Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Sixth place to 96, Gary Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin. 7 to 101, Amanda King, Petaluma, California. Eighth place to 95, Aaron Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. Ninth place to 102, Heather Wright, Moose Lake, Minnesota. 10 to 105, Caitlin Willard, Northampton, Massachusetts. And 11 to 100, Foster King, DeGraff, Ohio. For the fitted senior champion for the Hampshire show, our champion went to the late yearling U class winner, Phyllis Davison, Beatrice, Nebraska, with Gilmore Davison, 2436. The reserve to the early yearling U class winner, Alf Hampshire's Janesville, Wisconsin, with Alf 437-24. Placing on the early class of Slickshorn Spring U Lambs for the Pole Dorsets. First place to entry 125, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma, with Northern Oklahoma College SM 25066. Second to entry 117, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois, with Smith 2522. Third place to 127, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. Fourth place to 123, Claire Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. Fifth to 122, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Sixth place to 120, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. 7 to 129, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. 8 to 124, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. 9 to 128, Connor Cobb, Richwood, Ohio. And 10th place to 118, Chloe Decker, Vincennes, Indiana.
think a Spring U Lamb class here that, probably we get into these females and really, what stood out is just the condition change and really the maturity change, quite honestly. There's some females that left that maybe this class wasn't suited for them. U Lamb that starts a class extremely good to touch. I think a female, when you read her from her forerib back, she's a slam dunk to win this class. I guess for me where it gets a little more challenging is to put her in motion and just kind of keep her tied together in that lower part of her shoulder. I think when the young man gets back and lets her be free and be an animal, she is when she looks the best. Like her a bunch. Like the youthfulness, and too, I mean, she comes to you green as a gourd, but still has that touch, and I mean, one that just reads to be that tweenish that you make a big one and still make her have so much power. And this female, I think she fits this class perfect. I think that top pair as far as condition and just fitting in, right? You get out here and you look around and these Spring U Lamb classes at Louisville, and I think really the sort should come from the freshness and the overall build, and I think we have that too. 3 is just an outstanding female, opened up. I think one that's wide, more geared more toward that trendy aspect of what she brings to the table, all that leg wool and the things that get talked about a lot of times. I think for me, she's just a little more common in her overall build, carrying quite a bit of condition. We get that ripped off of her, and I think we can really stack her into 3 and justify it. The large outline sheep here in 4, a sheep for me just based with issues. We're going to make them this big this early. I need to have her a little wider, especially in through her chest floor. I think she narrows up quite a bit for me. Young people down here in 5, again, they're out here rocking and rolling and showing, and they got this little girl looking good. One that's just a little more common in her overall design, especially about her front shoulder. But she offers you so much look and bone, and boy, she's got a good dorsal ear on her. Nice class. Good job.
Placing on the late class of Slickshorn Spring U Lambs for the Pole Dorset Show. First place to entry 116, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Nichols Sheep Farm W 2541. Second place to entry number 107, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma, with NOC SN 25091. Third place to entry 112, Adeline Foff, Norwalk, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry 113, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Fifth to 130, Claire Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. Sixth place to 110, Lane Wilfong, Warm Spring, Virginia. Seventh place to 115, Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina. Eighth place to 111, Briar Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Ninth place to entry number 114, Micah Haig, Jordan, Montana. 10th place to entry number 109, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. 11 to 105, Chloe Decker, Vincennes, Indiana. 12 to 102, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. And 13th place to 108, Kate Zettel, Browntown, Wisconsin. Placing on the Slickshorn Pole Dorset pair of ewe lambs class for your National Pole Dorset show. First to 141, Tracy Denninger, Washington Courthouse, Ohio. Second place to Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Third, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. 4, Heidi Barkley, LeGrand, California. 5, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. 6, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. 7, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. 8, Lane Wilfong, Warm Spring, Virginia. 9, Chloe Decker, Vincennes, Indiana. 10th, Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana.
What an outstanding junior drive. Again, I think it goes without saying, depending on who you get to sort these deals, you can flip flop this high quality females and justify it and stand back there and tell everybody you're right. But the fact of the matter is these females have come so long and they're from so far and built so good. And when you get out here and study them, I mean, they're just attractive sheep, right? They look like females. From our youngest girl down there to the one out comes out that late fall class, I think they just look like Dorsets too. So I like that about them a bunch. I think the group's good. I mean, this is a can't go wrong. But there's two females that kind of have to stick together for what I like. And we're going to go get your junior and reserve junior champion. But congratulations, this was fun.
The Slickshorn Junior Champion for the Pole Dorsets went to entry number 125 out of the Slickshorn Spring Ewe Lamb class in the early division. Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma, within Northern Oklahoma College SM25066. The Reserve Junior Champion went to entry 90 out of the Slickshorn Winter Ewe Lamb class, the early division, Tracy Denninger, Washington Courthouse, Ohio, with W.D. Dorset's 1411. Placing on the fitted January Ewe Lamb class for the Hampshire Show, first place to 126, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois, with Kate Person 2507. Second place to 125, Heather Wright, Moose Lake, Minnesota, with Kate Person 2504. Third place to entry 118, Jeffrey Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Fourth place to 122, Tom Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Fifth place to 120, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Sixth place to 114, Gary Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Seventh place to 121, Alf Hampshires, Janesville, Wisconsin. Eighth place to 116, Tom Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Ninth place to entry number 119, Brad Payne, Kirkland, Indiana. 10th place to entry number 123, Avery Smith, Spirit Lake, Iowa. 11 to 115, Adam Binker, Bardstown, Kentucky. 12th place to 117, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. 13 to entry 109, Abby Weiskorf, Tripp, South Dakota. 14th to entry 108, Peterson Sheep Company, Doug and Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota. 15th place to 124, Foster King, DeGraff, Ohio. 16th place to 111, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. And 17 to 113, Foster King, DeGraff, Ohio.
What an outstanding four here. Let's give the female show a big round of applause. That was a great group of females. You know, as you sort through some of them classes and the differences and the give and takes, I couldn't be happier if I knew these would be the four that I'd have out here with this look. This rib shape, the swoop through the middle, the feminine look to them, but yet to have enough shape and power. Are there bigger ones we sent back, you know, as far as their pin set? As there's more radical chested ones back there? Yeah, there's a bunch of that stuff back there, but these are the complete ones I like. They got the livability. They got the curvature to the rib. I mean, these are the females that I'm drawn to. I'm going to go out and get your champion in reserve, but I actually had a ton of fun. Appreciate the exhibitors getting them out here so quick. Great show.
For the Slickshorn Pole Dorset Show, our grand champion ewe went to entry number 38, our senior champion ewe. 38 came from the late Slickshorn yearling ewe class, Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio, with Silversmith 24101. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion, entry 125 out of the Slickshorn Spring ewe lamb class early division, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma, with Northern Oklahoma College SM 25066. Now ready for Slickshorn Flock. Slickshorn Flock will be your next class for the Poll Dorsets. Placing on the Slickshorn Flock class for your National Poll Dorset Show, first in the flock and also winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the Slickshorn Poll Dorsets is Northern Oklahoma Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Second in the flock, Heidi Barkley, LeGrand, California. And third to Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana. That does conclude our Slickshorn portion of the Pole Dorset Show. Our judge has been Tim Gadsby of Pennsylvania. Judging the fitted Pole Dorset Show is Ron Waldron of St. Paris, Ohio. Ron is the owner with his wife Holly of East Star Livestock Company. They raise full-blood white Dorpers based on high performance phenotype and maternal lines. When not working at home, Ron spends all his free time with his family, especially his grandchildren, Ella, Ollie, and Wells. Again, our fitted Pole Dorset judge for your national show is Ron Waldron of St. Paris, Ohio.
Over here in the pole fitted ring, we just have one ram in the class here today, a big bold yearling ram. I greatly appreciate the extension this ram has up through that front 1/3, really long and fully developed across that top line. Big and bold in that rib. I just wish this guy had a little bit more competition here today.
Placing on the Pole Dorset fitted yearling ram class, first place to entry 151, Hadley Paulus, Castown, Ohio, with Lobdell 2404 Lucky Boy. Now ready for fitted early fall ram lambs. Placing on the fitted February ewe lamb class for your National Hampshire Show, first place went to 136, Elise Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois, with Cahoon 782. Second place to 147, Brad Larson, Blair, Nebraska, with LNL 25-511. Third place to entry 139, Brody Payne, Kirkland, Indiana. 4 to 138, Mike Caskey, Holland, Minnesota. Fifth place to 141, Kelgard Farms, Tekamah, Nebraska. Sixth place to 137, Tom Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 7 to 142, Cahoon Farms, Orangeville, Illinois. Eighth place to 144, Charles Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Ninth place to entry number 129, Ronald Poland, Waterloo, Iowa. 10 to 133, Elise Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois. 11th place to entry 146, Ryder Juntington, Bryant, South Dakota. 12th place to 143, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 13 to 140, Avery Smith, Spirit Lake, Iowa. 14 to 145, Philip Thomas, Marion, South Dakota. 15th place to 128, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. 16th place to 135, Brody Payne, Kirkland, Indiana. 17 to 149, Alf Hampshires, Janesville, Wisconsin. 18th place to 130, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. 19 to 150, Peterson Sheep Company, Doug and Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota.
Over here in the Dorset ring, I'll be the first to admit we got two kind of polar opposites, if you will, of these first two Rams that we have here. I think for me, starting out here, I like the masculinity. I like the power and strength of this Ram that starts the class. He's a very long spine Ram, but he holds that top shape together for as long as he is. Maybe like to drop that middle rib just a tick to balance him up, but just a real powerful, great breed type about his head Ram there to start the class. Ram here coming in second. When you get your hands on him, he's big and full down through that top. I'd like to maybe just see him just a touch more masculine in his head for where he is at this point. Very balanced up Ram. I just like to stretch him out just ever so slightly to get above the Ram that wins the class. Ram coming out here in third, very powerful, compact type of Ram. You like the breed type about him. Maybe once again, we'd like to stretch this Ram out to get him any higher in the class. Ram, I'd like to free him up on those rear wheels as well as to get him any higher.
Placing on the fitted early fall Ram Lamb class for the National Pole Dorset Show. First place to 152, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon, with Reynolds Stock Farm 2509. Second place to 156, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2506. Third place to 153, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois.
Once again, over here in our Dorset Ram show, I think we have a really good example of the Dorset breed, kind of my type and kind here. But I think here for me today, we're going to come back here with these two fall bucks for our champion, our senior champion, and reserve senior champion Rams.
For the Pole Dorset Fitted Show, our senior champion Ram came out of that early fall Ram Lamb class in 152. Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon, with Reynolds Stock Farm 2509. The reserve senior champion was second in the early fall Ram Lamb class, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2506. Placing on the Hampshire fitted March and later born ewe lamb class, first place to 159, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois, with Kate Person 2527. Second place to 152, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota, with Bobbendreyer 2563. Third place to 160, Kelgard Farms, Tacoma, Nebraska. Fourth place to 158, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 5 to 155, Sadie Pullen, Waterloo, Iowa. Sixth place to 165, Alf Hampshires, Janesville, Wisconsin. 7 to 157, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. 8 to 153, Gary Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin. 9 to 154, Adam Binker, Bardstown, Kentucky. 10th place to 164, Mike Caskey, Holland, Minnesota. And 11 to 163, Brad Larson, Blair, Nebraska.
Kind of tale of two worlds over here in the Dorset Ram department here today. But this buck here that starts the class is just very, very extreme. He's very upfronted. I like the breed type about his head. He's extremely long spine. If I'm going to get critical on this lamb, I'd really like to loosen him up on them pasterns a little bit, but he does stride out square. We just like to need to soften him up on those rear wheels a touch to really hit it out of the park with him. Nothing against our ram here in second place. A well-developed ram. You like that boldness of rib that he has. Just a little bit more short couple type of ram, if you will. Like to just loosen him up a little bit, stretch him out to get him any higher in the class.
Placing on the late fall Ram Lamb class for the Pole Dorsets, first place to 158, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon, with Reynolds Stock Farm 2524. Second place to 159, Hadley Paulus, Casstown, Ohio, with Belmar Farm 2462.
As we continue through our Dorset Ram show here, once again, I think we've got two different lanes that come into class here today. The Ram I'm going to start with, yes, he's very extreme up to that front end. For a lamb, he still maintains quite a bit of masculinity. I like to see through that head. Extremely long spine. The ram that with that much length, he still kind of holds it all together. I'd like to open that rib up and drop that rib to balance this sheep up for me today and maybe free him up on them rear wheels. But just outstanding in other features. I think he kind of wins the class here pretty easily. Ram, if you will, is a more modern type, if you will, type of ram. I'd maybe just like to clean him up on that breastplate a little bit more and get that extension like the ram that wins the class here. When you handle him, I like to stretch him out, especially in that rear third. I think he's more front third than he is rear third. Kind of get him stretched out a little bit more. Try to maybe free him up in that spine when we get him out on the move.
Placing for the fitted winter Ram Lamb class for the National Pole Dorset Show. First to 160, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, with Spildy 9687, Brady. Second to 161, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Crouch 2513.
Well, these exhibitors kind of make my life a little easier today. Just one here in this spring ram lamb class. You know, I like this ram up through that front 1/3. I mean, he's very clean and elevated for a young ram. Once again, I like the masculinity at about the head. A ram, if you know, maybe open up that forerib just ever so slightly, I think he'd look a little better and a little bit more balanced in that proportion. Ram, I'd like to see him land just a little bit better on those rear wheels when we get him out of the move. But I mean, for a young ram, I think he's a very good market for the Dorset breed.
Placing on the fitted spring Ram Lamb class for the Pole Dorsets, first to 162, Hilltop Dorsets, Monroe, Louisiana, with Hilltop Dorsets 2529, Donnie. Now showing pair Ram Lambs. Placing on the pair ram lamb class for the Pole Dorset, first place goes to Mike Reynolds of Almsville, Oregon. For the fitted Hampshire National Show, our junior champion ram or ewe came from the January class, 126, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois, with Kate Person 2507. The reserve champion was second in that January class, 125, Heather Wright, Moose Lake, Minnesota, with Kate Person 2504.
Over here in the Pole Dorset ring, I appreciate these rams that come out here for our junior drive. I wish we had a little bit more competition and stuff. But for me today, I think there's two that kind of fit the bill quite easily. Both are super cool on the profile. They're good up to that front 1/3. They're long spine. I think the difference for me is just when you get the hands on them. Maybe it's a maturity thing, but I think that the handle on this late fall, he'll be our junior champion. We'll come back here with our January with reserve.
For the Pole Dorset, our junior champion in the fitted division goes to 158. Out of the late fall Ram Lamb class, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon, with Reynolds Stock Farm 25-24. The reserve champion came from the winter Ram Lamb class, Claire Spildy, entry number 160, Stoughton, Wisconsin, Spildy 9687, Brady. Now showing for grand and reserve grand champion Ram. Placing on the fitted pair of ewe lambs for the Hampshire show, first place to 177, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois. Second to 173, Jeffrey Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Third to 168, Elise Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois. 4 to 172, Tom Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Fifth place to entry number, or to Mike Caskey, Holland, Michigan, with Minnesota. 6 to Gary Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin. 7 to Avery Smith, Spirit Lake, Iowa. 8 to 170, Charles Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 9 to 167, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. 10 to 176, Foster King, DeGraff, Ohio. Following the selection of our grand champion and reserve grand champion ewe, we will be having a fitted flock class before we go into the slick sheared show.
Over here in our National Port Dorset show, I greatly appreciate the Rams that we got out here today. They definitely had the masculinity that I'm looking for. They've got some power and substance up through that front 1/3. They're big and solid across their tops. They're well balanced type of sheep. They're halfway sound on their feet and legs. For me today, I think there's just kind of an outlier of the group here. We critiqued him a little bit in class, but it's just a little critique. I appreciate this, our junior Ram here. I think he'll be our national champion. And then for reserve, we're going to come back here with our senior champion.
For the Hampshires, our grand champion, you went to entry number 59. 59 was our senior champion out of the late yearling U class, Phyllis Davison, Beatrice, Nebraska, with Gilmore Davison, 24-36. The reserve grand champion was 126, our junior champion. 126 out of the January ULAM class, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois, with Kate Person, 2507. Again, we will now have a fitted flock class. Fitted flock class will be your next. For the Pole Dorsets in the fitted division of your Rams, grand champion Ram went to 158. The junior champion Ram out of the late fall Ram Lamb class, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon, with Reynolds Stock Farm, 25-24. The reserve grand champion Ram came from our class of early fall Ram Lambs, and it was our senior champion, entry 152, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon, with Reynolds Stock Farm, 2509. For our fitted flock for the Hampshires, our winner was Tom Bobbendreyer of Pipestone, Minnesota. Our premier exhibitor, however, for the fitted portion of the Hampshire National Show is Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota.
Well, as you can tell, we're really off to the races here in our Pearl Dorset female show here. Nothing against the last three, but for me, these top three yearling ewes exemplify what a Dorset ewe should look like at this stage and age. They're big, they're broody, they're powerful, they got the rib. I think for me today, the ewe that wins the class is kind of that complete package. You know, she's very bold, but I like the femininity she carries out through that 1/3. She's very smooth and blends into that shoulder correctly. I like how that rib lays in. She's got, to me, I really love the female type of rib that she's had. She's good and solid across that top. She's sound in those feet and legs. I greatly appreciate this type of female. You here coming in a second, it's kind of the same type and kind. Very elegant and up fronted in that 1/3, long spine, good and complete in that rib. Maybe not quite as balanced up as you that wins the class here today, but I greatly appreciate this you here in second as well. You coming out in third is probably, I admit, is our powerhouse you of the group here. I think for me today, I just like to clean her up just ever so slightly up through that breastplate, give her a little bit more extension up to that front end, maybe take just a nickel of power out of her, give her a little bit more splash of femininity to get her above these ewes ahead of her. As we come down into our third, fourth, and fifth place, I mean, very nice ewes here, probably lacking a little bit on maturity, just doesn't quite have the length of spine and boldness that these three powerhouses have ahead of them here today.
Judging our Slickshorn Hampshires for your national show today is Troy Longenecker of Annville, Pennsylvania. Troy works as a general manager for a liquid feed company. He also owns and operates Longnecker Showstock and Side Hustle Sheep Company, where he raises South Downs, Dorset, Advantage, and Katahdin sheep. Troy is also the flock consultant for Lobdell Dorpers in Freeport, Illinois, and D.L. Grumbine Dorsets in Myerstown, Pennsylvania. Troy's favorite North American memory, he says, is jumping the show ring fence with many sheep friends. Placing on the class of Slickshorn yearling rams for the Hampshires, first to 185, Clayton Landis, Pennsylvania Furnace, Pennsylvania, with HPF 2401. Second place to 186, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana, with KPO 3007. Placing on the fitted early yearling ewes for the Pole Dorset Show. First to 177, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm, 2409. Second place to 171, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois, with Stunkel, 3851. Third to 173, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. 4 to 172, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Fifth to 174, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 6 to 176, Pink Ribbon Livestock, Bradner, Ohio. Placing on the Slickshorn Fall Ram Lamb class for the National Hampshire Show. First place to 188, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio, with Alpha Omega 2437, The Rock. Second to 127, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois, with Platinum 25311. For the National Hampshire Slickshorn Show, our senior champion was 185 out of the yearling Ram class. Clayton Landis, Pennsylvania Furnace, Pennsylvania, HPF 2401. The reserve senior champion was our second place yearling Ram. Entry 186, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana, with KPO 3007.
Once again, over here in the Dorset Show, I think we got a beautiful set of yearlings here to sort through. I greatly appreciate the type and kind and the breed type about every single one of these females. These top three, you could probably go back and forth, but I think I'm starting the class out with the ewe. To me is the most complete type of female. She's very broody and powerful through that front end, but still maintains some elegance up there. But when you look at the side profile and you get this ewe on the move, extremely balanced type of female. That shoulder blends in extremely well to that body cavity. She's got that nice sweep of rib to her. I like how she balances across her top. You get your hands on her. She's a little bit heavier fleeced, I'll admit, in some of these ewes here in the class. When you get your hands on her, she is still kind of trim and fresh feeling as well. I think she kind of won the class here. You coming out in second here, I think is the same type and kind for me. I like that broodiness and power, yet elegant up to that front 1/3. A ewe that's really good in that length of spine. I like how that rib drops down real deep down through that flank. Good and sound on those wheels. I think she's a logical second here for me today. You coming out in third, man, if we could just maybe get that neck just a nickel back on her shoulder a little bit, get her up and out, just that we could probably roll her a little bit higher. But I really appreciate the Dorset female type about this ewe. Excellent rib design. Maybe like to get her a little bit easier on that stride, but pretty fits right here in third hole. Really good for me today. You coming out here in fourth, I'll admit she is the greenest made ewe of the class here. I think she's kind of got out calendared just a little bit, but her femininity and her style and the balance, she just needs just a tick more power, maybe just a nickel more length to get any higher in the class, but just a really sound functional type of female. You coming out here in fifth, I love the upstandingness in this ewe. I like the length of spine. For me, I'd just like to drop that rear flank on her ever so slightly. When we get her on the move, she tends to get a little short strided on those rear wheels today in comparison to the ewes ahead of her.
A cell phone with a pinkish case has been found in the women's restroom. If you're missing one, it's up at the show ring desk. Placing for the fitted Dorset Late Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 179, Rachel Gately, Pine Summers, Connecticut. Pine Knob Farm 2440, Phoebe. Second place to 184, Gemma Dorsey, Moreau, Illinois, with DF Nichols Sheep Farm 3202, Mystery. Third place to 180, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. Fourth place to 217, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Fifth to 182, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Sixth to 183, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. 7 to 181, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. Eighth place to 178, Bill Sheehan, Delavan, Wisconsin. Placing on the fitted pair of yearling ewes for the Dorsets, first to 186, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Second to Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. Third, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. For the Slickshorn Hampshires in the January class, first place goes to entry 199. Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, with Paradise 25035. Second place to 92. Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin, with Metro 2518, Cosmo. Third to 193, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 4 to 191, Harper Newton, Eaton, Ohio. 5 to 195, Mark Novak, Browntown, Wisconsin. And 6 to 198, Madeline Pym, Bergen, New York. Placing on the Slickshorn February Ram Lamb class for the Hampshires, first place to 203, Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson 25077. Second place to entry 202, Everhart Livestock, Carlisle, Indiana, with Everhart 2520. Third place to 207, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Fourth to 205, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. 5 to 208, Charlotte Dill, Deerfield, New Hampshire. And 6 to 206, Caitlin Jornby, Browntown, Wisconsin.
I think as we break into this fall Dorset class here, the ewe that I'm winning the class with, she's not the most powerful type of ewe. I think that what gets me on this ewe is when we break her out on the loose. She is so elegant when we get her out there. She's so free-flowing, very athletic. She does have a brood ewe type appeal for me that I like to see in falls, but I mean, she's very athletic. I like the rib on this ewe, the capacity. You get your hands on her. She does not disappoint you. She's tighter in her fleece. She's real fresh in her touch. I just greatly appreciate this female that wins the class. You come in here and second, kind of the same type and kind. Maybe like to freshen her up just a nickel. Maybe just shave a little bit off that breastplate in comparison to the ewe that win the class. Maybe stretch her out in that front 1/3, but a really nice, extremely well balanced type of female. You appreciate the rib. I appreciate the hip in this ewe. I think she's a logical second. You coming out here in third, man, you love the length of spine. You get her on the side profile as a man. We're going to run with her all day. It's just when we get her on the move, she's just not quite as athletic when we get her out. She wants to drop her front end just ever so slightly in comparison to the two ewes ahead of her, but just a really nice ewe here coming in third. As we get down here to our two ewes that are coming out in fourth and fifth, ewes that don't quite have the length of spine, don't quite have that front end appeal as these ewes ahead of her today. I'd like to, like I said, just stretch these guys out, smooth them up just a little bit to get them any higher in class.
For our March and later born Ram Lamb class of the Slick Hampshire Show, first place goes to entry 209, Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson 2700. Second place to 210, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois, with Storms 1438. Placing on the fitted early fall ewe lamb class for the Pole Dorsets, first place to 197, Glenn Stunkel Dorsets, Dickerson, Maryland, with Purple Ribbon Farm 802. Second to 198, Abigail Parks, Leyden, Massachusetts, with Pine Knob Farm 2510. Third place to entry 190, Grace DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Fourth place to 195, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Fifth to 196, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Sixth to 199, Hadley Paulus, Castown, Ohio. 7 to 193, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Eighth place to 189, Riley Donkers, Firebolt, Minnesota. 9 to 192, Pink Ribbon Livestock, Bradner, Ohio. And 10th place to 194, Pink Ribbon Livestock, Bradner, Ohio.
If you would please, let's give our Dorset exhibitors a nice round of applause. I think they brought out a beautiful, beautiful set of females for our senior champion drive. I think for me in this senior champion drive, I mean, there's one in here that just kind of, I appreciate the balance she has. She's very smooth in her lines. She's very complete. Appreciate the breed type about her head. She's very maternal in her makeup. And with that being said, our junior yearling here, she'll be our senior champion. And then for me today, I'm going to go back to our fall. I really appreciate this lamb. She's very feminine. She's extremely athletic. I like her breed type, and she'll be our reserve back here.
For the Pole Dorset in the fitted division, our fitted senior champion goes to 179, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2440, Phoebe. That was out of the late yearling ewe class. The reserve senior champion ewe was 197. Out of the fitted early fall ewe lamb class, Glenn Stunkel Dorsets, Dickerson, Maryland, with Purple Ribbon Farm 802. For our Hampshire show, our Slickshorn Junior champion goes to entry 203. Out of the February Slickshorn Ram Lamb class, Sarah J.C. and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Johnson 25077. The reserve junior champion was 202. Same class, second place, Everhart Livestock, Carlisle, Indiana, with Everhart 2520. Placing on the Hampshire Slickshorn pair of Ram Lambs, first place went to Sarah J.C. Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. For the Slick-Shared Hampshire, the national champion, Ram, goes to entry 203. 203 was our junior champion. Out of the Slickshorn February Ram Lamb class, Sarah J.C. and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson 25077. The reserve grand champion, 202. Second in that February Ram Lamb class, our junior reserve champion, Everhart Livestock, Carlisle, Indiana, with Everhart 2520.
over here in our Lake Falls and the Dorset Show. I think I have a pretty logical winner in this class. You know, I greatly appreciate the femininity that this ewe has up through that one front third. She's very complete and balanced. That shoulder rolls right into that body cavity. She's big and capacious in that rib. For being a later lamb, I appreciate that. I think when you get the length of spine that this ewe has, when you get your hands on her, you appreciate her even more. She's big and full down through that top. She's full down through that leg, excuse me. Just a really pretty Dorset female. Female here coming in thirds, kind of the same type and kind as our female that wins the class. Maybe we'd like to clean her up just ever so slightly in that breastplate to get her above the U here. Maybe just a little bit more extension, a little bit more boulder in that rib to get above the U here in first. I guess my problem child here when this U came in the class is a U in third. Yeah, I appreciate the boldness, the length of spine, the rib on this U. The thing for her age, I'd really like to loosen her spine up. I'd like to see her travel out in those rear wheels a little bit better just to get her any higher in the class here today. As we get down in through our fourth, fifth, and sixth lambs, I mean, really cool females on the profile, good in that femininity, just kind of run out of gas as far as power and substance in comparison to the ewes ahead of them.
Placing on the Pole Dorset fitted late fall ewe lamb class, first place to 203, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois, with TML 2429. Second place to 207, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2520. Third to 206, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. 4 to 204, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 5 to 202, Hadley Paulus, Casstown, Ohio, and 6 to 208, Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois.
over here in our Pole Dorset ring. I'll be the first to admit, I mean, this ewe lamb I'm starting the class is kind of deceiving. I mean, she's very youthful looking. Doesn't quite have that what it looks like to be appeared to be the power of the second and the third place ewe. But when you get your hands on this ewe, you really have to appreciate her. She's big and full down to that top. She's full down to that leg. I appreciate the rib on this ewe. I think for me is that femininity that she's got, that extension up through that front 1/3, and especially when we break this young lady out on the loose, she tracks like a rock star, and I greatly appreciate that. A really pretty Dorset female. You come in here in second, kind of the same type and kind, maybe not as crisp in her edges, maybe a little bit more overbearing in that front end for me, a lamb at this age, but a really good Dorset female. You love the rib about her. You like the hip. Just maybe like to just crisp her up a little bit. Same with the ewe coming here in third. This is kind of our workhorse, if you will, of the class. A ewe I just like at this age, maybe not have her quite so pronounced up through that front 1/3. A ewe that I'd really like to loosen up her spine when we get her on a move, have her a little bit freer on those wheels when we get her around the ring. As we come in down here, where our ewe lambs coming in fourth and fifth, beautiful on the profile. You coming in fourth, I like to have her come out of that top of that shoulder just a little bit better, maybe stretching her out, bolting her up over to that top in comparison to the ewes ahead of her. Kind of our long-sided ewe here. You like the length and the up front of this, but a ewe that I really need to loosen that spine up, a ewe that I really need her to carry herself better on those rear wheels to get any higher in the class today.
Placing on the fitted winter ewe lamb class for the Pole Dorsets, first to 214, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane Farm, 990. Second to 215, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, with Spildy, 9681. Third to 78, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, 4 to 211, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. 5 to 210, Riley Donkers, Firebolt, Minnesota. 6 to 37, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. And 7 to 231, Pink Ribbon Livestock, Bradner, Ohio. Placing on the Slickshorn Early Yearling U class for the Hampshires, first place to 233, Hayden Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin, with Menon, IN 09900. Second place to 227, Sarah J.C. and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Third place to 231, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. 4 to 235, Everhart Livestock, Carlisle, Indiana. Fifth to 216, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 6 to 234, Kipton Poe, Franklin, Indiana. 7 to 236, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. 8 to 229, Harper Newton, Eaton, Ohio. And 9 to 230, Charlotte Dill, Deerfield, New Hampshire. Placing on the late class of Slickshorn yearling ewes for the Hampshires, first place to 218. Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma, with Northern Oklahoma College 24076. Second place to entry 219. Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson 2508. Third place to 224, Ava Wilson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 4 to 221, Lexi Courtney, Mill Creek, Oklahoma. 5 to 225, Brody Payne, Kirkland, Indiana. 6 to 220, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. 7 to 222, Clayton Landis, Pennsylvania Furnace, Pennsylvania. And 8 to 223, Clayton Landis. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Slickshorn Hampshire Show. First to Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second to Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Third, Clayton Landis, Pennsylvania Furnace, Pennsylvania.
I tell you what, if these pair up front here don't get your heart pumping, nothing will. This whole class was, really special, but I greatly appreciate these two females. And I think for me, and I kind of earned my nickname again as Walk 'em Again Ron, but, I think for me, when we break this female in first place on the loose, that's where she gains a little bit more respect for me. She kind of holds it together. But that being said, just a beautiful Dorset female, very elegant and feminine up through that front 1/3, extremely long spine. You get your hand on her, yeah, she's big loin, but I greatly appreciate the maternal type hip that this young lamb has in her. She's bold in her rib. She's good at her base with. Just a very functional female, and like I said, when we break them out on the loose, that's what kind of told the tale for me on first and second. Another very beautiful, extremely bold type of female, a little bit heavier fleeced, and I think if we got her down just a nickel, I mean, it's not going to change anything when we get her on a move, but just a very elegant female. I love the rib. I love the feet and legs. Just when we break them on the loose, this female just wants to drop that front end just ever so slightly, bring that loin up in comparison to the ewe in first place. But two rock star females. You coming out here in third, I mean, I greatly appreciate this female as well, elegant up to the front. bold in her rib, not quite as much top. Unfortunately, she brought a knife to a gunfight here with these two ewes ahead of her. You coming out here in third, our youthful ewe, kind of our green bean in the I love the side profile on this ewe here. I think as far as maturity, I'd like to see a lamb looking a little bit more greener than what we have on her. I think for me today is when we get her out on her stride, I'd like to see her a little bit easier striding, especially on those rear legs. She wants to get a little short coupled for me today, wants to hold those rear wheels underneath her when we get her out on the move. Very up-fronted, long spine type of female here that we have coming out in fifth hole. A ewe that I'd really like to drop her down in that flank to balance her up, blow that rib cage apart in comparison to the ewes ahead of her. A ewe I'd like to fix on those rear pasterns as well. They're not soft, but she's getting a little bit long in that pastern for me. I'd like to shorten them up, give her a little bit more strength in there, something I'd be concerned on coming in the future. But let's give this class a nice round of applause. Two beautiful females to start the class.
Results from the fitted spring ewe lamb class. For the Pole Dorsets, first place goes to entry 224, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, with Spildy 9692. Second place to 218, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2551. Third to 223, Bill Sheehan, Delavan, Wisconsin. 4 to 219, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. 5 to 222, Jim Dorsey, Moro, Illinois. 6 to 220, Troy Doty, Livingston, Illinois. 7 to entry 221, Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois. Placing on the fitted pair of ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 226, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Second, Claire Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. 5, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. Sixth place, Hadley Paulus, Casstown, Ohio. And seventh place, Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois. Placing on the Slickshorn Senior U Lamb class for our National Hampshire Show. First place to 252, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota, with Northern Star Livestock Service, 24310. Second place to 242, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana, with K. Poe, 4012. Third place to 248, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, 4 to 247, Everhart Livestock, Carlisle, Indiana. 5 to 245, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. 6 to 249, Sarah, J.C., and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Seventh place to 241, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. 8 to 250, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Ninth place to 244, Stella Gibson, Mineral, Virginia. And 10 to 243, Leland Ging, Rushville, Indiana.
Over here in our junior female drive of our Paul Dorset show, I think I have you can kind of see the type and kind I like. I want them big and bold ribbed. I want them maternal looking. I got to have some strength. But with that being said, I think there's two females that carry that, but there's also two females out here that you got to greatly appreciate when you get them on the move. I love showing, but these sheep got to be productive. But I think there's two out here in this young drive, not quite the same type and kind, but for me, just looking at them, they have that youthfulness. They're very pretty and slick up through that front end. And for me, I think that looking down the road, I think they have a great future. I'd be excited to come sit ringside and seeing these guys as yearlings. With that being said, for our junior champion, our spring here is going to be our junior champion today, and we're going to come back here with our winner as our reserve.
For our Paul Dorset show, in the fitted division, our first place animal from the fitted spring ewe lamb class will be our junior champion. That's 224, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, with Spildy 96.92. The reserve junior champion to 214 out of the winter ewe lamb class, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, Scotch Lane Farm, 990.
First and foremost, in our Paul Dorset show, let's give these exhibitors, these females, a huge round of applause. I think they brought out some absolutely gorgeous females. And if you would allow me a minute of your time, I am so forever grateful. I know I do have to do the horn shows, but I'm so ever grateful for the members asking me to judge your show today. Today's been kind of a circle of life thing for me. Holly and I are kind of celebrating our 10-year in the sheep business. If it wasn't for the Poll Dorset breed, that was my first influence with running with my father-in-law, starting at Green Mountain and through Mithofer. So I've made a lot of dear friends, met a lot of cool people because of this breed. I kind of fell in love with them. There's nothing more beautiful than a well-fitted Dorset. I'll put that up against anything. And once again, I greatly thank you. And I know there's a guy watching at home going to critique me later. And I hope there's a woman that I love dearly watching down from above. And I hope I made them proud today. So once again, I greatly appreciate you. I'm going to go out and shake the hand of your 2025 national champion female and your reserve national champion female.
Grand Champion U for the Poll Dorset Fitted Show goes to our senior champion, entry 179 out of the late yearling U class, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm, 2440 Phoebe. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion, entry number 224 out of the fitted spring ewe lamb class, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, with Spildy 9692. Now ready for fitted flock. Over on the Hampshire side, on our Slickshorn ewes, our Slickshorn senior champion went to our first place in the senior ewe lamb class, 252, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota, Northern Star Livestock Service, 24310. The reserve champion in the senior division goes to 242, second in that senior ewe lamb class, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana, with K Poe 4012. Placing on the flock class, first place and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Mike Reynolds, Reynolds Stock Farm, Almsville, Oregon. Second place in the flock goes to Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Again, we're going to show best headed ram now, and then best headed ewe. For our Best Headed Awards from the Pole Dorset Show, our Best Headed Ram went to Mike Reynolds, Auville, Oregon, Reynolds Stock Farm, with Reynolds Stock Farm 25-24 out of the late fall Lamb class, number 158. The Best Headed Ewe, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with the animal from the late yearling ewe class 217. And that went to Scotch Lane Farm 925. That does conclude our Pole Dorset shows. Our judge has been Ron Waldron of Ohio. Our next breed in that ring is Horn Dorsets. And our judge is Ron Waldron from St. Paris, Ohio. He's the owner of East Star Livestock with his wife, Holly. They raise full-blood white Dorpers, and they raise those based on high-performance phenotype and maternal lines. When he's not working at home, Ron spends all his free time with his family, especially his grandchildren, Ella, Ollie, and Wells. Let's welcome Ron Waldron to your Horn Dorset show. Congratulations to the Pole Dorset Downsboro Sire of the Year, and that is Piped Up Johnston 21452, owned by Chad Lawyer of Carlock, Illinois. Placing on the Slickshorn January ewe lamb class for the Hampshires. First to, and that's the early class. First to 256, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana, with Slick 2510. Second place to 262, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, with Paradise 25041. Third to 285, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana. Fourth place to 263, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Fifth place to 265, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Sixth place to 200, Taylor Brittingham. Seventh place Seventh place goes to 283, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. 8 to 264, Leland Ging, Rushville, Indiana.
Well, starting our day out here in the Horn Dorset Show, we just have one entry in our yearling class here. He's a good example of the breed. Maybe like to open up the right horn a little bit on him if I'm going to be critical and stuff. But just big and bold, full top type of ram. I think he's deserving of a blue here.
Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted yearling ram class, first place goes to entry 1, Just for Fun Sheep, Burlington, Wisconsin, with Just for Fun Sheep GR08.
Over here in our Horn Dorset show, I think we have two really big outliers here to start the class, and you sit there and analyze them. You know, I love the boldness of the front end of this ram here. I'd like to maybe just masculine him up just a touch in his head, but he's good about that breed type about his head. Horn set's good. I really appreciate the length of spine that this ram has, and when you get your hands on him, he doesn't disappoint you whatsoever. He's big and full in that loin. He's good in that hip, good down through that leg. Maybe he toes out just a touch for me today if I'm going to correct this lamb, but it doesn't seem to be a problem with him when we move him around the ring. Very athletic and youthful type of sheep that we have here coming in second place. Maybe not quite as doesn't quite have the length of spine as a ram that wins this class, maybe not as long in that rear 1/3 in comparison to the ram that wins the class. I greatly appreciate the head on this ram. Very beautiful for a young Dorset ram. I like the boldness of this rib. If I could just stretch this guy out, I think it'd be a different story here today. Ram coming here in third, same type and kind. I like the boldness and the masculinity up to that front end. He's more than adequate in the length of spine. He's good down through that rib shape, over the top, down the leg. I'd like to maybe change him a nickel in those rear pasterns just to get him up here a little bit. He wants to get his tick soft over on that left rear at times and maybe strengthen him up there a little more with the base to get him any higher here. Very true to breed type of ram here coming out in fourth. I'd just like to give him just a little more with the base to get him any higher. You get your hands on him. Doesn't quite have that rib shape and loin size and hip structure in comparison to the ones ahead of him. Ram coming down here in 4. I think as far as breed type, I'd really like to open up that horn set on him to get him any higher in the class. A ram, when you get your hands on him, he wants to chine out a little bit, a little high in that chine, not quite as full in that top down through in comparison to the ones ahead of him.
Placing on the class of fitted fall ram lambs for the Horn Dorset, first place to entry number 8, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 22. Second place to entry 5, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois, with Smith 2505. Third, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania, with entry 7. Fourth place to entry 9, Just for Fun Sheep, Burlington, Wisconsin, and 5 to entry 10, Just for Fun Sheep. Placing on the Slickshorn late January ewe lamb class for the Hampshires, first place goes to 276, Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson 2614. Second place to 275, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio, with Westlake 2543. Third place to 255, Lillian Walder, Athena, Oregon. Fourth place to 273, Ava Wilson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Fifth place to 282, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. Sixth place to 274, Brody Payne, Kirkland, Indiana. Seventh place to entry 270, Bristol Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Eighth place to 272, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 9 to 268, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. 10 to 279, Francesca Volpe, Helena, Montana. 11th place to 271, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. 12 to 280, Misfit Acres, Argyle, New York. 13 to 278, Braden Parks, Terrell, Texas. And 14 to 281, Maggie Sue Spencer, Terrell, Texas.
Over here in our Horn Dorset show, I think in our senior drive, it's pretty easy for me, and especially when you get your hands on them. We're going to go back here to our two falls for be our senior and reserve senior champion.
For the Horn Dorset National Show, our senior champion and reserve senior champion is the fitted fall Ram Lambs. Champion is entry 8, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, Frog Hollow 22. And the reserve senior is entry 5, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois, with Smith 2505.
Just one ram in our winter class here, and you could put this dude in the kitchen and he could handle a lot of heat. I greatly appreciate this ram lamb, and he's true about his breed type, very masculine about that head, big and strong and bold to that front end, moves extremely well around the ring. You get your hands on him, he doesn't disappoint you as well. Very nice ram, young lady.
Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted winter Ram Lamb, in first to entry 4, Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio, with Paul R. Castle, W 9206.
Pretty intriguing set of horn Dorsets I had the opportunity to sort just now. A lot of variation in type and kind, so I guess it's my day, so I'm going to go with the type and kind that I like. I greatly appreciate the balance and symmetry that this ram has starting the class out. He's very masculine up through that front 1/3. He's good about his breed type through that head and horn set. I think the biggest thing with me is how this ram handles across that top. He's big and full down through that rack shape. It carries into that loin, right down into that rib. He's got a big, bold, masculine type of rib. And when you get him out on the move, he doesn't disappoint you as well. Ram here that's coming out in second, the same type and kind. Big and bold in his makeup, masculine in that front 1/3. Big and full down through that top. I like that balance and symmetry about this ram as well. He's not quite as full down through that twist and outer stifle as our ram ahead of him, but just a really good breeding type ram here. Ram that we got coming out in third, maybe not quite as trim, if you will, as the rams ahead of him here. You like the bone work about him, the fullness of top, the power up through that front end. Maybe just needs to be a tick cleaner in that pointer shoulder. A ram I'd like to tighten up on those rear wheels just a little bit. Doesn't quite hit them sound to the ground as I'd like to see. Kind of a more framier, really long spine type of ram here that's coming out here in fourth hole. A ram, if I'm going to hit him on breeds type, I'd like to see those horns open up just a little bit more when looking from the front view. A ram that just needs a little bit more power over the top and down through that leg. But I think if you're going to go for something, if you're going to make females at home, this is the cat you want to look at for. The fifth place ram is very intriguing. He's very different in his design. I'll give him that. A lot of bone and power about this ram. Big and bold at that front end. He just doesn't, he's got the right pieces. We just need that committee to come together. I'd like to stretch him out just a little bit. He's big in that top, but for the size of his top, I'd like to see more muscle down through that leg to make this ram balance up. I think if you're trying to make it something new, cool, and trendy, that's the cat to look at. Very nice set of rams.
Placing on the Slick Shorn Ram Lamb class, For the Horn Dorsets, first place goes to entry 20, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana, with Paul R. Castle, W9095. Second place to entry number 15, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio, with Paul R. Castle, W9150. Third to entry 19, Amanda Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. 4 to 2, Maple Hollow, Bar B Farm, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. 5 to 16, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. 6th place to 21, Maple Hollow, Bar B Farm, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. 7 to 18, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. 8th place to 17, also Vivian Stephenson. And 9th to entry number 14, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Placing on the class of February ewe lambs, Slick Shorn for the National Hampshire Show. First place to 294, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, with AC 25024. Second to 296, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois, with Beckmeyer Brothers, 2533. Third to 298, Hudson Fleener, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. 4 to 299, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota. 5 to 312, Bristol Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. 6th place to entry 288, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana. 7 to 290, Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 8th place to 300, Hayden Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. 9th place to 317, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. 10th place to 308, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. 11 to entry number 303, Brody Payne, Kirkland, Indiana. 12 to 297, Briar Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. 13 to 311, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. 14 to 305, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana. And 15th place to entry
Over here in our junior champion drive of our Horn Dorset show, I greatly appreciate these young Rams. I think there's one that's kind of an outlier. I mean, I'll be honest with you, he's extremely cool naked, and I think he'd look even better with a cool fit job on it. With that being said, our Slick Ram will be our junior champion. We're going to come back here with this big, bold top, full leg fitted Ram here, and he'll be your reserve here today.
Placing on the pair Ram Lambs for the Horn Dorsets, first place to Ty Thorson, Stewardson, Illinois. Second, Maple Hollow, Bar B Farm, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. Following the selection of the Grand Champion Ram, which we're getting ready to do for the Horn Dorsets, we will show best headed ram. Our junior champion ram went to entry number 20 out of that slick shorn ram lamb class. Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana, with Paul R. Castle, W9095. The reserve went to the first place in the fitted winter ram lamb class. Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio, with Paul R. Castle, W9206.
Well, over here in our champion ram drive and our horn show, I greatly appreciate these rams that are out here now, and I appreciate what the exhibitors brought out. Yeah, they're not a little bit more extreme to that front end of what you'd normally saw, but I appreciate two rams out here, that extension up through that front end, the body capacity that these rams have, the length of spine, how they handle their tops on down through. They're really good on the move. They're masculine in their heads. They're good in their breed type. With that being said, I'm going to go out and shake the hand of your national champion ram and reserve national champion ram.
Grand Champion Ram for your National Horn Dorset Show is entry number 8, our Senior Champion Ram out of the fitted Fall Ram Lamb class, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 22. The Reserve Grand Champion was our Junior Champion, entry number 20 out of the Slick Shorn Ram Lamb class, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana, with Paul R. Castle, W905. Again, we will have the best headed ram class now before we move into our females. Best headed ram for the National Horn Dorset Show is entry number 5 out of the fitted fall ram lamb class, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois, with Smith 2505. Placing on the Slickshorn March and later born ewe lamb for the National Hampshire Show, first place goes to entry number 324, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana, with KPO 3036. Second place to entry number 323, Sarah J.C. and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson 25070. Third to 331, Briar Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. 4 to 330, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. 5 to 325, Kurt and Miranda Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. 6 to 328, Lexi Courtney, Mill Creek, Oklahoma. 7 to entry number 322, Campbell Corbin and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. 8 to 320, Ava Wilson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 9 to 327, Everhart Livestock, Carlisle, Indiana. 10 to 286, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. And 11 to 332, Kathleen Jornaby, Browntown, Wisconsin. Placings for the Slickshorn pair of ewe lambs for the Hampshires. First place to entry 340, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana. Second place to 342, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota. Third to 336, Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Fourth place to 335, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Fifth place to 339, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. Sixth place Everhart Livestock, Carlisle, Indiana. 7 to 337, Misfit Acres, Argyle, New York. And 8 to 341, Allison Cords, Charlotte, Michigan.
Over here in our Horn Show, and they're going into our yearling U class here. I mean, I really love the balance and symmetry about this U. I think the thing for me that wins the class is how clean fronted she is and feminine and elegant up through that. I mean, she just oozes femininity for me, and I greatly appreciate that about her. When you get your hands across her top, I love the rib on her, very maternal type rib. When you get her on the move, boy, this young lady just strides out and likes to strut her stuff. I think the ewe here that comes in second is the same type and kind. Maybe not quite as sound on the rear wheels as the lady in front of her, but once again, I like that elegance and cleanness up to that front end, that sweep of that terminal female type rib. She's big and full down through that top. I greatly appreciate these first two females. You coming out in third, granted, when you get her hands on her, she's probably the most terminal made type of female here. But for me today, I just like to clean her up down through that breastplate, give her some little bit more extension and femininity up through that front 1/3. Just try to maybe a little cleaner stride when we get her on move compared to the ones ahead of her. As we come down here in fourth, another very elegant made ewe. A ewe that I just like to see her when we get on her move. She likes to tuck those rear wheels underneath her. I like to see a more even stride, maybe a little shorten up those pasterns a little bit to get her any higher in class. A ewe here that's kind of a little bit more greener made, if you will, don't quite have the bloom on her in comparison to the ewes ahead of her. You like her on the side profile. Just needs a little bit more bang in her just over her top to get above these ewes in front of her.
For our Slickshorn Hampshire portion of the show, our Slickshorn Junior champion was 276 out of the late January ULAM class. Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson 2614. The reserve junior champion came to us from the February ULAM class. Entry 294, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, with AC 25024. Now ready to select Grand and Reserve Grand Champion. Placing on the fitted yearling U class for the Horn Dorsets, first place goes to entry 41, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 17. Second place to 45, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Sink Paget 2002. Third place to 42, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota. 4 to 44, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. 5 to 40, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Sixth place to 39, Just for Fun Sheep, Burlington, Wisconsin. Seventh to 38, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Eighth place to 43, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio.
I'll be the first to admit in this class, Horn Dorset females here, there's a little big variation between 1 and 2, and I guess it kind of comes down to preference. I greatly appreciate the maternal makeup that this ewe has here in first place. She's very feminine up through that front 1/3. She's long spine. She's super good rib in her female type. She's more than adequate in her muscle to me. When you put your hands down her top, she's fresh feeling. She's big down in that top. Maybe not quite as much over that stifle or maybe inner twist as her second place ewe here. But I just really appreciate the profile. When you get this ewe out on the move, you have to appreciate her as well. You coming here in second, once again, are more muscle-made type of female. Maybe not quite as extended and clean-fronted as the ewe that wins the class. She's bold in her rib as well. Maybe not as big-strided as we find a ewe in first place. But I think she's a logical second as we sift down through the class here. As we come down into our ewes here in third and four, ewes that are, if you will, more framier in their type and kind, ewes that I'd like to see just a little bit more trimmer to get above the ewes in front of her, maybe a little bit more deeper in that middle rib to balance them up, a little bit more fresher over that top to get above these two ewes in front of her. You coming down here in fifth hole, I really appreciate the front end on this ewe, the femininity. I think the biggest thing is with this ewe here, the longer she stays here, she wants to get real soft on those rear pasterns, and I can't get her any higher in class today.
For our Hampshire show, our grand champion ewe in the slick sheared portion went to our junior champion, 276. Out of the late January ewe lamb class, Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson, 2614. The reserve grand champion was our reserve junior champion, entry 294. Out of the February ewe lamb class, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, with AC 25024. Now ready to select on the Hampshire side of the ring, best headed, and that's that's slicked and fitted. So we'll start out with best headed ram. Best headed ram for the Hampshires, slicked and fitted together. Placing on the Horn Dorset Slick Shorn Yearling U class, on the Slick Shorn fitted or Slick Shorn yearling ewes, first place to entry 47, Maple Hollow, Bar B Farm, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania, with Maple Hollow 24014. Second to 46, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana, with Sarge 600. Third to 49, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. 4 to 52, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 5 to 48, Maple Hollow, Bar B Farm, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. 6 to 50, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. And 7 to 53, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Placing on the Horn Dorset pair yearling ewes, first place to Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Second to Maple Hollow, Bar B Farm, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. And third, Vivian Stephenson of Ulla, North Carolina.
Boy, I appreciate these two ewes to start the class out with, but I think the uphill run and the female design that this lamb has to start the class, I greatly appreciate her. She's bold in her type, yet holds it all together in a very complete package. Once again, she's the type of female, when you break her out on the move, you really have to appreciate that. Very athletic, loose in her spine, good in her stride. That front end stays up as she moves on. Greatly appreciate her. Really nice female we have here in second as well. Maybe not quite as clean fronted and extended as the ewe in front of her. Maybe not quite long to the spine. But I love the boldness of rib and the breed type about her. A ewe, I'd just like to see her stride out just a little bit easier when we get her on a move. Maybe not drop that front so much as when we get her on a move and compare it to the ewe that wins the class. Ewe coming out here in third, once again, the same type of kind. Very elegant and feminine up through that front end, long spine, good in the rib. I'd just like to see her come out of that top of her shoulder just ever so slightly to get her head of these ewe lambs here, kind of stretch her out, maybe give her a little bit more gas in the tank down through that leg in comparison to the ewes ahead of her. Very nice ewe coming out here in fourth. Just doesn't quite have the symmetry and length of spine that the ewes ahead of her have today.
Best headed ram for the Hampshire show was out of Class 7, the fitted March and later Ram Lamb class. It was entry 45 in that class. Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota, with Bobbendreyer 2562.
Over here in our Horn Dorset show, I greatly appreciate this lineup of females in our senior drive here. You know, kind of figure out my type and kind. I like them up fronted. They got to be feminine, but I want that bold rib in them. They got a big top. I want them to look broody. That's just my type and kind. With that being said, I think there's two of them here that just kind of really carries that what I like in sheep, and especially my females. So our yearling here will be our senior champion, and then we're going to go back down here to the fall, and she'll be my reserve senior champion.
Best headed Hampshire U went to the entry 139 out of the fitted February U Lamb class. Plaza Hamps 1275, Brody Payne of Kirkland, Indiana. Placing on the fitted early fall ULAM class. First place went to 59, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 21. Second to entry 60, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania, with Oberholzer 24-14. Third to 58, Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. And fourth to 57, Colton Rummel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. Our senior champion U for the Horn Dorset show went to entry number 41 from the fitted yearling U class, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 17. The reserve senior champion was entry number 59 out of the fitted early fall U Lamb class, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, Frog Hollow 21.
Really nice set of late falls here, and I'll be honest with you, when we got them on the profile, we'll get to here in a minute, but I appreciate that's you in second. But I think as far as the complete package for me today, this U wins the class here. Once again, very good up through that front 1/3, how she blends in, really good in that rib shape. You get your hands on her. A little bit deceiving because she's pronounced down through that rear third, but she does have a nice, big, bold female type of hip on her. If anything, I'd like to stretch her out and have the length of spine and as you has here in second. You in second, once again, I appreciate the front 1/3 on this female. Very up-fronted, long spine, good in the rib. I think where I'm going to get critical on her today is when we break her out on the move. I just like to see her just a little bit more clean strided as the U in front of her. Maybe get her a tick stronger in those pasterns when we get her out on the move to win the class here today. But a beautiful female nonetheless. You coming out here in third, man, she strikes a gorgeous profile. I'll give that to her when you get her from the side. When you get over top of her in comparison to the user front her, she kind of runs out of gas when you get handling her down the top and down through that leg. I think the biggest thing with me was when we break this U out on the move, she wants to drop that front end and get in a downhill run when we get her walking around the ring. You coming out here in fourth, once again, just a very stylish Horn Dorset female. We just kind of need to stretch out, give a little bit more elevation and femininity up through that front 1/3 to get any higher in class.
For the Hampshires, the winner of the mixed pair went to 392, Sarah J.C. and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. The flock winner is Tom Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. On the fitted, right, and was Conway? Who was? Okay, yeah. Okay, and what's this? This young. What's this one? This. She laid him up here like that. I don't. There's young. Young flock went to Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois. I don't know what that is. And the premier exhibitor for the slick sheared portion of our Hampshire show is Justin, Sarah, and J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Placing on the fitted late fall ewe lamb class for the Horn Dorsets. First place to 67, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 24. Second place to 63, Austin Logan, Matt Addison, and Morgan Inbody Bluffton, Ohio, with ALAM 496. Third place to 64, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. And 4 to 65, Colton Rimmel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. Judging our Cordale show today is Chris Meyer of Aaronsville, Illinois. Chris is a full-time farmer, both livestock and grain. He and his family raise Hampshires, Oxfords, and Cotswold sheep. They also have a cow, calf, and feedlot operation with row crops consisting of corn and soybeans. Chris's spare time is spent following his two kids, Kinsey and Addison, around the show circuit or watching them play sports. Let's welcome Chris Meyer to your Cordale show here at the North American.
These top three, I'll admit that when we got them out here, they're about as different as you could make them. But they all have good points and pieces, but I think for me, I kind of have to go back to what I like. I like the female design about this ewe that wins the class. She's very proportionate and smooth up through that one front third. I like the capacity that she has in that rib cage. She's bold in that rib. She's full over that top. She's more than adequate in her muscle type down through there. A ewe that moves out extremely well also when we get her moving her around the ring. Very close between first and second, but just a little bit more maternal type of female for me here to win the class here today. Excellent female here in second. If anything, I'd just like to just a tick it more elevated up through that front end in comparison to you in first. Maybe not quite as long, maybe not quite as the length of hip, and in the width in that hip, the fullness down through that leg that ewe ahead of her has here today. You coming out in third, I tell you what, if I could just stretch her out just ever so slightly, she'd probably win this class here. I just need a little bit more length of spine in this female. Maybe just clean her up just a bit in that breastplate to get any higher in the class here today. Really love the maternal type and kind of this ewe coming out here in fourth. A ewe that when we get her out on the move and at times she wants to start getting soft in those pasterns, would like to see her just a little bit more trimmer up through that front in comparison to ewes ahead of her. Ewes out here in fifth, kind of a big framier type of ewe, frame that I'd like to pull a lot more condition off of her to get a better look at her today in comparison to the ewes in front of her.
Placing on the Slick Shorn Fall Ewe Lamb class for the Horn Dorsets, first place to 71, Maple Hollow, Bar Beef Farm, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania, with Maple Hollow 24070. Second to 72, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois, with Paul R. Castle, W9092. Third place to 68, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. 4 to 73, Maple Hollow, Bar Beef Farm, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. 5 to 74, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. Sixth place to entry 66, Jack Patterson, Chesterland, Ohio. Placing on the yearling ram class for the Corridales, first place goes to entry 4, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2333. Second place to entry 3, Mark Purdy, Lewis Center, Ohio, with Purdy 360. Third place to entry 1, Creekside, South Downs, Versailles, Ohio, with Peters 2404. And 4, to entry number 2, Mark Purdy, Lewis Center, Ohio. Results of the Senior Ram Lamb class for the National Cordale Show. First place to entry 5, Tanner Gann, Leaf River, Illinois, with Bant 1324. Second place to entry 7, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2433. And third place to entry 6, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. Senior champion ram for the Cordale Show goes to the first place yearling ram, entry number 4, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, on Craig 2333. The reserve senior champion to our first place senior ram lamb, entry number 5, Tanner Gann, Leaf River, Illinois, with Bant 1324.
Lamb starting out this class, so she just brings so much power and symmetry to this class. Real sound at them feet and legs. I mean, it's pretty obvious placing for me here. Yes, I'd like to clean her up just a nickel in that front, get her a little bit more extended, but she's so big in that rib and that bone, how she sets her presence about the ring. I really can't get her out of this first hole here today. You coming in the second is the same type and kind. You know, I like the cleanliness and the femininity of this ewe that's in second hole over the first place winner, but just doesn't have that boldness of spinner rib, that bone, that footwork that our first place ewe has, so we're going to send her in second. Boy, I love the femininity and the pretty on this ewe here in third. What a gorgeous profile female that we have here. Just a female. We just need a little bit more substance about her, more width of base, more power in that rib to get her above these two horses that are in the class ahead of her. Once again, a very elegant made ewe, very up-fronted type of female coming here and forth. When you get your hands on her, just not quite as full down through that top and down through that leg as these ewes here ahead of her today. But I greatly appreciate the design on this female. Same thing with this ewe coming out here in fifth. Kind of a more bolder made female. I'd like to trim her up in that point of shoulder, give her a little bit more extension out through that front 1/3 to get her any higher in class here today.
Placing on the fitted winter ewe lamb class for the National Horn Dorset Show. First place to entry 80, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio, with Paul R. Castle, W. 9208. Second place to 76, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 27. Third to 78, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. 4 to 79, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. Fifth place to 75, Colton Rumel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. Sixth place to 82, Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. And 7 to 77, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Placing on the intermediate Ram Lamb class for the Corriedale National Show, first place to 11, Brady Craig. St. Joseph, Illinois with Craig 25-13. Second, Mark Purdy with Purdy 392 from Lewis Center, Ohio.
Over here in the Horn Dorset show, I'll be the first to admit there's not one in this class that really comes out and says gotcha. But we're going to start with the U that kind of puts the most best pieces together for me here. A long spine, elegant fronted type of U that's bold in her rib type, big in her bone. Yeah, we'd like to fix her on those rear pasterns a little bit, but I think in analyzing her today and comparing to her contemporaries in this class, she kind of easily wins it. Very feminine, once again, type of female here we have in second. Female, we'd like to bolden her up in her rib, in her bone, maybe put a little bit more muscle in this U to get her above this U here in first place. U coming out in third, very breed type of U. You like her presence about her. We'd just like to put a little bit more foot and bone in this U, put a little bit more gas in the tank when you handle her across her top to get her any higher in class.
Placing on the fitted spring ewe-lamb class for the Horn Dorsets, first to 85, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio, with Paul R. Castle, Debya, 9215. Second to 83, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Sink Paget, 2075. Third to 84, Just for Fun Sheep, Burlington, Wisconsin. Placing on the Junior Ram Lamb class for the National Corridale Show. First place to entry 14, Jonah Freeze, New Salem, North Dakota, with Freeze 2595. Second place to 13, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2518. Third to entry 12, Delissa Mosier, Paw Paw, Illinois. 4 to entry 15, Delissa Moser, Paw Paw, Illinois.
Once again, a little variation in this class here. You know, I appreciate this ewe. Once they got off of this front end of this ewe, I could really appreciate the front end design on her. She's very balanced and symmetrical in her design. Her shoulder flows back into her body. She's big top. She's good headed. I'd like to drop that middle rib on her just ever so slightly, but I think she's very balanced and complete type of female, kind of wins this class here pretty easily. You coming out here in second, once again, a very nice up-fronted type of female. I like the female middle rib that this ewe has. She's big and full on her. I just like to maybe take a little bit of set out of those legs here for today. I like to see her just kind of carry herself a little bit better on those rear wheels when we get her on the move. But I think this is definitely a brood mama type of female. You coming out here in third, probably a more terminal female. Really can't get a good look at the front end on this female here today. She kind of looks she wants to get kind of high up, wants to break a little bit behind the shoulder when she gets a brace in her. But a female, I think, you know, she's got the right parts and pieces. We just kind of need to smoothen her up, soften her up, give her a more female type of design from what I'm getting shown here today to get her any higher in class. You here, once again, very nice type of horn Dorset female. You know, I like how she comes out of her shoulder. She's very balanced in that rib. Just need a little bit more bone work and substance to get her above the 3 U's in front of her. Once again, our green bean in the class, man, I really love the pretty in this female. I think this female's got an exciting future ahead of her. We just need a little bit more of her to get any higher here today.
Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the Corridales, first place goes to Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Placing on the Slickshorn Winter Spring ewe lamb class for the Horn Dorsets. First place to 93, Cody Nicholson Stratton, Ferndale, California, with Foggy Bottoms 24017. Second to 92, Micah Haig, Jordan, Montana, Gadsby 2513. Third to 91, Kinsley Courtwright, Troy, Ohio. 487, Colton Rummel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. 5 to 94, Amanda Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. 6 to 89, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And 7 to entry 86, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. 8th place to Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Junior champion Cordell Ram goes to entry number 11. First in the intermediate Ram Lamb class, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 25-13. The reserve junior champion goes to 14, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota, with Fries 25-95 out of the junior Ram Lamb class. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Horned Dorsets, first place goes to entry 99, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second to 101, Maple Hollow, Bar B Farm, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. Third to 97, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Fourth to 102, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. Fifth to Colton Rimmel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. And sixth to Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio.
Over here in our Horn Dorset show, I think we got a nice complete set of females in here. They're my type and kind. They're feminine up through that front 1/3. They're long spine. They're big and bold through that rib. They carry themselves out well. I think they're the type and kind that are going to end up making good brood ewes in the long run. With that being said, there's some really nice slick sheep, but I think there's two fitted ewes here. Number one, they really hit me on their breed type and elegance. I like the boldness about them. When you do get your hands on them, they don't disappoint you whatsoever in comparative. So with that being said, I'm going to go out here and give the nod to your junior champion and your reserve junior champion.
For the Horn Dorset National Show, our junior champion ewe goes to entry 67, the fitted late fall ewe lamb Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 24. The reserve junior champion to our fitted winter ewe lamb class winner, entry 80, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio, with Paul R. Castle W 9208. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion. For the Cordell show, our overall grand champion ram was our senior champion ram. Entry number 4, which was the yearling ram, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, Craig 2333. And our reserve grand champion was the junior champion. The junior champion was number 11 out of the intermediate ram lamb class, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2513. I apologize, it was both seniors. So the reserve was the reserve senior champion. Entry number 5, the senior ram lamb of Tanner Gann, Leaf River, Illinois, Bant 1324.
Let's give these female exhibitors a nice big round of applause. I think we got a super nice group of females, and I greatly appreciated this association hiring me here today. The members voting on it. I kind of stuck to my type and kind. I like females that look like females, yet they need to be powerful, have a good, powerful rib, have some bone work underneath them, need to get out on a good set of feet and legs. There's one there that just kind of hit me a little bit harder all day long. I knew that she was my type and kind, the kind that I would like to raise if I was in this deal. I mean, she's true Dorset breed type. She's female. She's got a broody look about her, and I greatly appreciate her. And with that being said, our senior champion will be our national champion today. And then we're going to go back here to our junior champion. She'll be our reserve national champion today.
For the Horn Dorsets, our overall grand champion ewe was the senior champion ewe. That senior champion ewe was entry 41 out of the fitted yearling ewe class, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 17. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion, entry 67 out of the fitted late fall ewe lamb class, also Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 24. Next class is best headed ewe. Best headed ewe for the Horn Dorset show was entry number 41 out of the fitted yearling ewe class, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 17. Next, we have the flock class. Placing on the flock class, first place went to Allison Oberholzer, East Earle, Pennsylvania. Second to Maple Hollow Bar B Farm, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. The premier exhibitor for the Horn Dorset show was Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Placing on the Cordell Yearling U class, first place to entry number 25, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Peters 2400. Second to 24, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota, with Fries 2402. Third place to 26, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Fourth place to 23, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. 5 to entry 21, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes, first place Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second to 20 to Jonah Fries, St. New Salem, North Dakota. Now ready to begin our National Merino Show. We need yearling rams. Merino yearling rams to the ring now, please. Judging the National Merino Show today is Justin Benz from Wamego, Kansas. Justin is a Northeast Area Supervisor for Kansas Department of Agriculture in Meat and Poultry Division. He's a partner with his parents in Benz Rambouillets, where they run 85 ewes and market stud rams, range rams, and ewes nationally. Let's welcome Justin Benz to your National Merino Show today.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here to sort through your National Merino show. I think we got four really outstanding rams to start with, and the ram that wins the class, I think for me, does it fairly quickly. I think this is a sheep that gets out and moves extremely well. I think he balances from the side very well. He's got some front end extension, and when you get into that fleece, I think he's the best fleece ram of the class. He'll be coming back later as the best fleece sheep in the class. Really appreciate that aspect about him. It's bright, it's white, it's clean, it's uniform. I think just a really rock solid sheep to start the class with. The ram there in two is one that is presented in easily the shortest fleece of the four rams out here. I don't mind that. I think it keeps him clean in terms of his look. I think aside from our class winner, he's the other really sound structured sheep, and he's really balanced and proportional in his kind. A ram that, for me personally, I just want to make him a bit more rugged in terms of his bone work, maybe blow him apart just a little bit, but I really like the structure and balance of that sheep there in two. Ram there in three, another really good fleece sheep. Appreciate that aspect about him. A ram that I think has plenty of center body and size and performance to him. I think we get in and study that ram in motion. He wants to kind of get a little PC on us and drop his pin set and kind of roll out of his hock just a touch. If I can clean up just a little bit in terms of his breastplate as well, I think there's a little bit of skin there, but I think a really nice kind of sheep there in three. The big pounds heavy ram is there in four, and you appreciate the size and scale that he brings to the table. I think another very high quality fleece on that sheep as well. Again, I think we stand back from him and look at him here, and he's the sheep that needs to change in terms of his balance. He's big and deep in his forerib, big in his shoulder, but wants to cut up into his flank. I also want to widen the horn set on that buck. I think he gets just a hair close into his jaw. But I think four outstanding rams. Congratulations to the breeders for bringing them to us. Thank you.
Placing on the National Merino class of yearling rams, first place to entry 4, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Mendenhall 23119. That's the best fleeced animal in that class. Second to entry 1, Gordon and Annie Salmons, Geneseo, Illinois, with Gadsby 2426. Third to entry 2, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. 4 to entry 3, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the National Corriedale Show, first to 32, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2432. Second to 30, Locust Lane Livestock, Versailles, Ohio, with Dewdrop Farm 24-69. Third to entry 29, John St. Amour, St. Joseph, Illinois. 4 to 31, Delisa Mosier, Paw Paw, Illinois. For the Cordell Show, our senior champion ram goes to the first place yearling ram, entry 25, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Peters 2400. The reserve senior champion was the second place yearling, entry 24, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota, with Fries 2402. Again, exhibitors, it's really important that you wear the tag that you were given that's appropriate for the class and the animal that you're in. We need those so we can identify you quickly to mark in the ring.
Another really nice set of senior Ram lambs out here to sort through, and I think there's a lot of quality all the way through, and some Rams that left the ring as well. The Ram that wins the class, and honestly, first and second gets real close for me. I think there's actually a lot of differences between those sheep, and that's why it becomes so difficult. The Ram that wins the class, I think his fleece is good enough, and if you open that up, you're going to tell me it's a little more yoked up and maybe not quite as clean as the Ram in 2. And that's absolutely true. I think some of that's environment. He's certainly been handled in a different fashion than the Ram there in 2, and I'm okay with that. The Ram that wins the class, though, to me, I think that is a gorgeous headed sheep. Love his horn set, love his head design. He's super extended up front and long fronted and long bodied. He's a sheep, when I get my hands on him, there's the most sheep there, and he is big topped and he's big hipped and he's rugged. I want to change him off his rear hock a little bit, his right rear hock, and that's probably my biggest criticism on that Ram that wins the class. The Ram there in 2, I think one that you step back and you like him in terms of his lines, he proportions well. That is the best fleece Ram in the class, and he is bright and he is white and he is uniform, and I appreciate that a great deal about him. He gets a little more refined in terms of his bone work. He's not as purely opened up in his kind and in his cage and in his hip as the Ram that wins the class, but I think those are 2 really good sheep in 1 and 2. The Ram there in 3 is a big problem sheep for me, and I love the design and fit job and kind of him. He's big-footed, he's heavy-boned. I think he balances really well. For me, when I get my hands on him, there's not quite as much dimension coming out of his top and into his hip. And for me, to be quite honest, I think he gets a little coarser than what I want him to be as we line him up to the rest of the Rams here in the class. The Ram there in 4, I think a Ram that just slides real nicely into that spot. He gives up some size and scale. And some of that's deceiving because he's kind of got a hole eaten out of his top, but I think that's a really balanced, complete, correct made kind of sheep. I want to blow him apart just a little bit. The Ram that rounds out our top 5, again, I think he's got some real rib and dimension and power to him. He's the Ram that when we put him in motion struggles the most to maintain himself and get out and move. But I think 5 outstanding Rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the Senior Ram Lamb class for the National Merino Show, first place to entry number 5, Mark Berkheimer, Hanoverton, Ohio, Gadsby 2490. Second place, the best fleeced animal in the class, number 10, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California, with Ellie 502. Third to 9, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. Fourth place to number 12, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. Fifth to 8, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. Sixth place to 6, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. Seventh place to 7, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. And 8 to entry 11, Mark Buchheimer, Hanoverton, Ohio. Placing on the class of intermediate ewe lambs for the Corriedale National Show. First place to entry 40, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2509. Second place to 35, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana, with 307 Corriedales 57 Fancy. Third to 38, Mark Purdy, Lewis Center, Ohio, 4 to 37, Angeline, Arlington, Iowa. 5 to 41, Mark Purdy, Lewis Center, Ohio. And 6 to 36, Delissa Mosier, Paw Paw, Illinois.
Another really interesting class of rams out here, and honestly I think all four offer a lot of usefulness, a lot of differences in terms of type and kind. I think all four of them have quality enough fleeces on them for me, and so I can kind of get in and sort some other things. The ram that wins the class, and I got to criticize him right off the bat. And we don't need to put Ramblay horns on these guys, but I do want that horn set to be just a little wider coming against the head there. Just widen them just a touch if I could. Beyond that, this ram wins the class for me very, very quickly. And that's a tall-fronted, good-looking sheep. He's really good in terms of his lines. That's a sheep that is opened up in his cage. He gets out and moves well. I think aside from that horn set, that ram runs away with the class, and he does it quite well. The ram there in 2, I think, follows suit very closely. Again, that sheep is opened up in his cage. He's big-topped. He's big-hipped. He's rugged in terms of his makeup. Is he quite as clean in through his breastplate and lower third as the ram that wins the class? He's a little lower-fronted than that sheep. That's why he's there in 2. The ram there in 3, another problem sheep for me. I like the look on that design. I think he balances really well. When that buck goes in motion, I think he gets a little more set to his hock, gets a little more restricted in terms of his movement. And if we're going to be real honest, he is not nearly as blown apart in terms of his cage and muscularity as the rams in 1 and 2. The ram that rounds out the class is the best fleece ram in the class, and so I'm not afraid to go out and say that and do that. Beautiful fleece on that sheep. Like I said, I think the other 3 rams are all very good fleece sheep as well. But today, this guy gets a little more refined in terms of his makeup. I need to blow him apart, and I want more top dimension, more hip dimension, and muscularity in that buck to get him in play, in order for him to play with the 3 rams ahead of him. 4 outstanding rams, though. Like I said, a lot of pieces and usefulness to all 4 of them. Congratulations.
Placing on the Merino Winter Ram Lamb class. First place to entry 17, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio, with ALAM 497. Second place to 16, Stephen Diller, Herod, Ohio, with Diller R591. Third to 15, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. And fourth to entry 18, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. And that is the best fleeced animal in that class.
Another really nice set of merino rams here to sort through, and I think some fun things out here. I get in on this ram that wins the class, and I think there's some wow factor in this sheep. And in the previous classes, I saw some really good fleeces, and then I opened this one up, and it kind of changed my mind on what a really good fleece is, because he is out there good fleece sheep. Easily the best fleece ram in the class, and that's not taking anything away from everything else, because there's a lot of really good fleece sheep out here. That fleece is wow. and he's got a body to go with it. And that's a sheep that gets out and moves. He's flexible off of either end. He's got some front end extension to him. And to be honest with you, I initially was questioning how much sheep was there, but you get in and study him in terms of his underpinning and his chest floor and that sort of thing. And I think he's actually the most pulled apart in the class. That sheep is good, and he's my kind, and he wins the class for me pretty quickly. The next three is kind of where we got some give and take. The ram there in 2, big pounds, heavy ram of the class. I love the center body dimension and rib of him. I think there's a lot of good and function in that sheep in terms of his rib shape and mass and power. I think he's correct enough to sit there in that 2 hole for me. The ram there in 3, obviously the pounds light ram, maybe certainly at the top 4. I don't know what the age difference is. He's certainly green at this stage of the game. Really good fleece ram. And aside from our class winner, that's the other really good fleece buck in the class. I appreciate that about him. I think he's really good in terms of his skeleton and balance. If I can just blow him apart a bit, we can get in and talk about him moving up the line. The ram there in 4, a long-sided kind of sheep. I appreciate that about him. A ram that when I get in and really study him, I think he gets just kind of just too narrow in terms of his underpinning, in terms of his chest floor, in terms of his base, for the amount of size and scale that he has. I want to make him wider at the ground to see him move up the line. The ram that rounds out the class, another nice green kind of sheep. He's got a little hole behind his shoulder. A ram that also has some fleece problems as we get down on his side. I want to change that about him. Really good set of sheep. Outstanding one up on top. Congratulations.
Placing on the Spring Ram Lamb class for the National Merino Show, first place to entry number 20, Laurel Stone, Bonetta, Oregon, with ACM Bramley 2513, and that's the best fleeced animal in the class. Second to 23, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio, with in-body 2525. Third to 24, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. 4 to 22, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. 5 to 21, Dam Sheep Farm, Wauseon, Ohio. And 6 to 19, Dam Sheep Farm, Wauseon, Ohio. Placing on the Cordell class of Junior ewe lambs, First place to entry 47, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2520. Second to 45, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota, with Fries 25116. Third to 44, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. 4 to 39, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. 5 to 46, Delissa Mosier, Paw, Illinois. And 6 to 43, Taylor Reinhardt, LaGrange, Kentucky. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the Merino Show. First place to entry 28, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Second to entry 27, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. Third to 25, Dam Sheep Farm, Wauseon, Ohio. Placing on the Cordale pair of ewe lambs, first to 54, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second to 52, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. Third to Mark Purdy, Lewis Center, Ohio. 4 to Delissa Moser and to Paw, Illinois. And 5 to 50, Taylor Reinhardt, LaGrange, Kentucky. Someone just informed me that we do have a birthday in the show ring today. And I guess it's a pretty big birthday. I don't know. I haven't been there yet, but 50 years old for Ryan Craig. For the Cordale Show, our junior champion went to entry number 40, the first place intermediate ULAM, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2509. The reserve junior champion went to our junior ULAM class winner, entry 47, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2520.
We've had just an outstanding Ram show here in the White Merinos, and I get out here and I'm extremely happy with my class winners. You've kind of seen me get in and kind of pick at three of them that I think it kind of comes down to. I think the more I look at them, there's two of them that I think bring a little bit of wow factor with them, and things that can move flocks forward depending on the direction you want to go. And I'll be the first one to tell you, they are very different sheep, and they fit very different parts of the industry, and so that makes it very difficult in my mind. There's nothing wrong with either side of the industry as far as I'm concerned, and I think you can argue both sides. I got to make a decision at some point in time, otherwise we're going to be here all night. And so at some point I just got to say this is where I'm going, and I still haven't decided, so I'm still talking. But I'll figure it out here and go congratulate your champion in reserve.
The grand champion Ram for the Merino Show goes to entry number 5 out of the senior Ram Lamb class, Mark Berkheimer, Hanoverton, Ohio, with Gadsby 2490. The reserve grand champion to entry 20 from the spring Ram Lamb class, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon, with ACM Bramley 2513. Following the selection of our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion U for the Corriedales, we will have a Best Headed Individual class, then Best Fleece, then the Flock, and then we'll announce the Premier Exhibitor. So, Best Headed Individual, Rams or Ewes, Best Fleece, Rams or Ewes, then the Flock class, and then we'll announce the Premier Exhibitor. Grand Champion U for the National Corriedale Show goes to the senior champion, which came out of the yearling U class, entry 25, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Peters 2400. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion, also coming out of the yearling U class, entry number 24, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota, with Fries 2402. For the Corriedales, your next class is Best Headed Individual. Rams or Ewes eligible in this class. Best Headed Individual. Next class is Best Fleece. Best Fleece will be your next class. And our best headed individual goes to Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota, with Fries 25116 out of the February ULAM class. Cordale exhibitors, your next class is the flock class. The best fleeced animal was shown by Conley Hoagland of Glendive, Montana on Philippi 4-61 out of the Rita, out of the yearling U class. And placing on the flock class for your National Cordale Show, first place in the flock and also winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second place in the flock, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. That does conclude our National Cordale Show. Our judge has been Chris Meyer of Illinois.
really fun class to use, and we had a great big class of white merino ewes over here, and there were a lot of good ones and a lot of fun to sort through. And I'm sweating because that's what I do when I judge sheep, because I'm working at it. And I think this is a whale of a set of yearling ewes here on the top 5. Very, very different sheep. And again, that makes it difficult for me as a judge to get in and decide what I want to do. The ewe that wins the class, big, extended, long-bodied kind of sheep. You get your hands on her and she's dead level and true. A ewe that you open up her fleece and it's one of the really, really good fleeces in the class. Love the character, the crimp, and handle to that fleece. It's not the best one, that's coming later, but it's really up there in terms of fleece quality. Ton to like about that ewe to start with. The UN2 is one of my problem sheep, and she's probably presented in the condition that I appreciate the most. She's kind of green today, and if we're going to be honest, that's the working condition they should be in. I appreciate that. That's a ewe standing still that has the best front end in the class, and she's long-necked, and her neck and her shoulders laid back on her, and she gets out and reaches off of her front end, and I appreciate that about that sheep. A ewe that I think in motion maybe wants to drop her pin set just a hair, and again, we're getting ultra critical on some really good sheep out here. Her fleece is good enough for me. It is not as good, quite frankly, as the rest of the ewes in the top 5. I think a lot of that is weather, more so than it is necessarily genetics, though. The ewe here in 2, another problem, or 3, excuse me, another problem sheep. She is big and she is extended, long-fronted, long-bodied kind of sheep. Appreciate her. Another really, really good fleece on her. Extremely dense fleece on that ewe. I think as I get off and study her, she's just off a little bit in terms of her balance. She wants to drop her breastplate just a hair. She's the shortest necked and shortest fronted ewe of the entire lineup. And so if I can extend her just a little bit, I love a lot of things about that ewe otherwise. The ewe here in 4, she's one of the more compact ewes in the class, and if you know me, I don't really mind them being compact when I can get this sort of center rib and volume and dimension and top and hip dimension that sheep has. I love how straight she is in terms of her top line. She has got a great big old tabletop in her, and those are things I get excited about. Another very good fleece on that ewe, a little shorter than some, and that's just plenty good for me. I think there's a ton to like about her. Again, as we get in, study her shoulder angle gets maybe just a little more vertical compared to some of the ewes ahead of her. Maybe not quite as extended up front, but that's a really good kind of ewe that you'd love to have a barn full of. The ewe that rounds out the class is the different one, and she's been the different one since she walked in the ring. We're here to judge sheep and not fit jobs, and this ewe is not cut out. Everything else in the ring is. That ewe has got a smoking good fleece on her, and it is out there. Very good fleece. She's the best fleece ewe in the class, and she is a good sheep on top of it. She gets out and moves well. She is presented differently, and I am plumb fine with that because she is a good one. Congratulations to this group.
Placing on the class of Merino yearling ewes. First place to 46, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California, with Mendenhall 24005. Second place to entry 34, Mark Berkheimer, Hanoverton, Ohio, with MCB 1517. Third place to entry number 45, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon, 4 to 48, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. 5 to entry number 35, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon, and that is the best fleece animal, and that animal is ACM Bell, 2423. 6 to entry number 49, Steve Diller, Herod, Ohio. 7th place is 32, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. 8th place to entry number 41, Stephen Diller, Herod, Ohio. 9 to 47, Dam Sheep Farm, Wauseon, Ohio. 10 to 50, Mark Berkheimer, Hanoverton, Ohio. 11 to 38, Jamie Dietz, Rupert, West Virginia. 12 to 39, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. 13 to 43, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. 14 to 36, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. 15 to 37, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. 16 to 33, Jamie Dietz, Rupert, West Virginia. 17 to 31, Megan's Merinos, Dranera, Ohio. 18 to 42, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. 19th place to 40, Dam Sheep Farm, Wauseon, Ohio. And 20 to 44, Grace Schultz, Lebanon, Connecticut. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Merinos, first place to 55, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon. Second place to 58, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Third to 54, Stephen Diller, Herod, Ohio. 4 to 56, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. 5 to 52, Jamie Dietz, Rupert, West Virginia. 6th place to 53, Dam Sheep Farm, Wauseon, Ohio. And 7 to Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio, on entry 51. Placing on the yearling rams for the Shetlands, First place goes to entry number 2, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana, with Little Eagle Jambalaya 1161. Second place to entry 1, Amy Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts, with S Farms Wolf 0902. Third place to Becky Dartery, Parker City, Indiana. Our judge for the Shetland show today is Mr. Alex Wolf of Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Alex owns and operates Wolf Brothers Livestock, where they raise natural colored and club lambs. He's a fifth-generation shepherd. He and his wife, Melissa, have 3 children that are all heavily involved in their operation. Let's welcome Alex Wolf to the North American. Placing on the Shetland Senior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 5, Becky Darty, Parker City, Indiana, with Liberty Acres Phillips. Second place to entry 7, Becky Darty, Parker City, Indiana, with Liberty Acres Parr. Third place to Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. Fourth place to Evelyn Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts.
really fun set of fall ewes here in the white merinos to sort through. And I had some decisions to make from 2 on down, but one hit the ring and she won real quick. That is my speed of sheep. She gets out and moves and glides about the ring. She balances extremely well. I think we get in from a merino sheep. That ewe takes a great picture from the side. You get in and you get your hands on her, and she's real and she's true. She's got a quality fleece on her. That is a really neat merino sheep to start the class with. Like I said, after there, we got some decisions to make. I really like the ewe here in 2, and she is big middled and big cage and massive interkind, dense fleece on that ewe. Maybe not quite as uniform as some, but I really appreciate her body and her capacity and her cage. Ton to like in that sheep. The ewe there in 3 is going to be our best fleece ewe of the class, and I appreciate that fleece a great deal. Uniform kind of fleece. A ewe that I think, again, we get off of her, and she's really good in terms of her lines. She gets out and moves well. Not quite as much overall power and balance kind of combination as the 2 ahead of her, but I think a ewe that slides into 3 really nicely for me. Smaller package here in 4. Another really nice kind of fleece. A sheep that I think from a balance and design standpoint deserves to be out here in the top 5. To get in and play with those 3 ahead of her, we just need to blow her apart and make her more powerful, drop her flank. But I think that's a nice kind of sheep there in 4. Ewe that rounds out the top 5 here. Again, a nice, real balanced kind of sheep. A sheep that for me gets a little disappointing when I get my hands on her. Just gets a little narrower into her pin set from behind, and a ewe that maybe just a touch more open in her fleece. But 5 outstanding ewes, and some went back that were really good as well. Congratulations, Elite One up on top.
Placing on the Merino Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry 59, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio, with Scott 2677. Second place to 61, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio, with Walnut Creek Yacht Club 0880. Third place and the best fleeced in the class, entry 66, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California, with Mendenhall 24146. Fourth place to 65, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Fifth place to 60, Stephen Diller, Harrod, Ohio. Sixth place to 63, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. 7 to 62, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. And 8 to entry number 64, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. Ninth place to 67, Mark Berkheimer, Hanoverton, Ohio. placing on the class of Shetland Early Spring Ram Lambs. First to entry 9, Evelyn Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts, with Springstube Brownie 0904. Second to entry 11, Derek Opliger, Smithville, Ohio, with Savannmore Aries 230177. Third to entry 10, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. And four to entry 8, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana.
A nice set of ewe lambs out here, and honestly a class that's kind of a lot of compromising and decision making. The ewe that wins the class, I think I get back and you get underneath the wool on this ewe, and I think she's the best skeleton ewe in the class, and she's tall fronted and she's extended. I kind of got in and handled kind of in her breast area there because I kind of want to lift her up there, and there's still quite a bit of wool there, and so trying to gauge how much is that. I think if we can do some of that and balance her out just a notch, a notch more, I think she wins the class real easily. I think a really nice kind of fleece on that ewe. I think she's mobile. I think she's flexible. A nice place to start. Ewe and 2 is going to be our best fleece sheep, and that's a really cool fleece. You open it up, really great character to it. Love that aspect about it. A ewe that to me gets just a little common in her kind and a little lower fronted and shorter necked, but a nice ewe there in 2. The ewe there in 3 is one that I think gives us the best front third design in the class, and she's extended, at least from an extension and neck length standpoint. I appreciate that aspect about that ewe. In motion, she wants to get a little PC on us and maybe drop her chest floor just a hair, but I like the extension and freshness that she brings to the table. Ewe there in 4, a big, rugged, kind of pounds heavy, powerful kind of sheep, and I appreciate that about her. A ewe that gets a little labored start on the move. A ewe that gets a little more refined, I think, at her base and in terms of her foot size as we compare her to the ewes ahead of her. Round out the class with a nice balanced kind of sheep, a ewe that just gets a little more refined in terms of her entire body capacity, not only her foot size, but her center body, rib, and hip dimension. Really nice class all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing on the winter ewe lamb class for the Merinos, first place to entry 70. Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio, with in-body 2508. Second place and best fleeced animal in the class, entry 69, Stephen Diller, Harrod, Ohio, with in-body 2972. Third place to 74, Mark Berkheimer, Hanoverton, Ohio. Fourth to 73, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. 5 to 68, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. 6 to 72, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. And 7 to 71, Jamie Dietz, Rupert, West Virginia. Placing on the Shetland Late Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to entry number 15, Michelle Glide, Putnam, Connecticut, with Broken Back Raven 0113. 2nd place to number 12, Evelyn Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts, with ES Farms Big Mac 0907. Third place to 14, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. Fourth place to 13, Abby Funk, Romney, Indiana. And fifth to 16, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana.
A really fun set of baby ewe lambs out here to sort through, and I got them placed really quickly because I think they fall into line extremely logically, but I think there's a ton of quality out here as well. The ewe that wins the class, I think we step off of that ewe, get her in motion, and she gets out and moves very well. She's flexible off of either end. She's really good on her feet and legs. That's a ewe you open up her fleece, and she's, I think, resoundingly the best fleece ewe in the class. When you can put a fleece on a body like that, I get really excited about them. That is a really good one up on top. Ton to like about the skirt ewe here in two, and that's a ewe that's really elegant in her front third. She's great in terms of her design and balance. Not quite the fleece quality of the ewes on either side of her, but a little different kind of sheep. My one real critical thing on that ewe, I want to change her left front leg just a skosh, but I think outside of that, that's a really nice kind of sheep. The ewe there in three, I think from a fleece standpoint, more closely resembles our class winner. Maybe not quite the same character as that ewe, though. A ewe that, again, is big-middled, and she's functional in motion. She wants to roach her top just a touch more than the two ewes ahead of her. If I can get her to relax that a little bit, maybe give her a notch more front-end extension as well. But I think a really good place for her is third. The ewe there in four, a nice balanced kind of sheep, and I think she slides really nicely there. A ewe that gives up some fleece quality compared to the three ewes ahead of her. A ewe that I think just doesn't balance quite as well either. The ewe that rounds out the top five here, a ewe that's got some length of body and some extension. I think in motion that ewe gets just a little narrower. I think she kind of runs out of gas in terms of center rib and flank, and a ewe that I just want to change from a balance standpoint. Outstanding set all the way through. Really good ones up on top. Congratulations.
For the Shetlands, placing on the pair of Ram Lambs, first place to 19, Becky Doherty, Parker City, Indiana. Second to Evelyn Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts. Third to Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. Placing on the Merino class of Spring Ewe Lambs, first place to entry 77, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon, with ACM Fleur 2515, and that's the best fleeced animal in the class. Second to 81, Mark Berkheimer, Hanoverton, Ohio. Third to 82, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon. 4 to 80, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. 5 to 79, Megan's Merinos. 6 to 76, Dam Sheep Farm, Wauseon, Ohio. And 7th place to 78, Dam Sheep Farm, Wauseon, Ohio. Grand champion Shetland Ram went on entry number 2. Our class winner of the yearling Ram class, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana, with Little Eagle, Jambalaya, 1161. The reserve grand champion to entry 9 out of the early spring Ram Lamb class, Evelyn Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts, with Springstube Brown, 0904. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Merino show. First place to Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon. Second to 86, Mark Berkheimer, Hanoverton, Ohio. Third, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Fourth, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. Fifth place to 85, Stephen Diller, Harrod, Ohio. Sixth place to 88, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. And 7 to 83, Dam Sheep Farm, Wauseon, Ohio.
The white merinos have been just a tremendous amount of fun to evaluate, and I think I get out here and again, there's 3 sheep that separate themselves for me. I think they bring I think each one of them brings some extra things to the table. Sheep that are correct, that are balanced, that have really good fleeces on them at the same time. There's one of them that I think the longer I study her, the more I like her, and she's maybe presented a little different, and I kind of commented on that earlier. I'm somebody, when you get some of these fleeces where they're at, And if you're going to get in and cut them out, you're taking a lot of value out of that fleece. If we're going to be real honest with you, I think it's my job to evaluate the sheep and see what's underneath the wool. And kind of bring that into the equation as well. I think there's a couple that, when I talk about being my kind of sheep, suit me extremely well, and I'll go congratulate them right now.
Grand champion U for the Merinos goes to entry 77 out of the spring ewe lamb class. Laurel Stone with from Veneta, Oregon with ACM Fleur 2515. The reserve grand champion goes to entry 59 out of the senior ewe lamb class. Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio with Scott 2677. Now ready for best fleece. Best white fleece will be your next class. Now with this best fleece, on the white division, if you were named as one of the best fleece and you got that from each class, those animals are all eligible to come out. And if you exhibited in the white fleeces and white fleece show and you did not receive one, you may bring one entry into that class. Placing. Best fleece in the white merino show goes to entry number 20 out of the Spring Ram Lamb class, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon, with ACM Bramley. 2513 is your best fleece in the white show. Following the flock class, we will do best headed on those white merinos. Placing on the Shetland Yearling U class, first place to entry number 26, Becky Doherty, Parker City, Indiana, with Liberty Acres Elsa, 336. Second place to 25, also Becky Doherty, Parker City, Indiana, with Liberty Acres Amelia, 334. Third place to 27, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. Fourth place to 24, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. Fifth to 23, Evelyn Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts. Sixth to 22, Evelyn Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts. 7 to 29, Michelle Glaude, Putnam, Connecticut. And 8th place to 28, Michelle Glaude, Putnam, Connecticut. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes, first place, Becky Doherty, Parker City, Indiana. Second, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. Third, Evelyn Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts. And 4 to Michelle Glaude, Putnam, Connecticut. Merino exhibitors, next class is best headed. Placing on the flock class for the Merinos, first place to Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon. Second place, Mark Berkheimer, Hanoverton, Ohio. Third, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Fourth, Stephen Diller, Harrod, Ohio. Fifth, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. 6, Megan's Marinos, Genera, Ohio. 7, to Dam Sheep Farm, Wauseon, Ohio. Best headed Merino in the white division goes to Mark Berkheimer from Hanoverton, Ohio, with 2490 out of the senior Ram Lamb class, number 2, and it was entry number 5. And our premier exhibitor, for the white division is Terry Mendenhall from Loma Rica, California. We're now beginning our natural colored portion of the Merino show. We have yearling rams in the ring. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class of the Shetland show. First place goes to entry 37, Becky Doherty, Parker City, Indiana, with Liberty Acres Puree, 342. Second place to entry number 38, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana, with PH September 1211. Third to Becky Doherty, Parker City, Indiana. Fourth place to 34, Evelyn Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts. And 5 to 35, Alexandria Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts.
We start our natural colored merinos here, and I think two outstanding yearling rams to sort through. A great big buck here to start, and he's big in every dimension. And I think he's not necessarily there because he's big, but I think it's his cage and his top and added hip dimension. And I think as you study him in through his center rib and into his hip, that's where his big advantage is over the ram there in two, and I appreciate that a lot about him. The ram there in two, extremely dense fleece on that guy. You get your hands on there, and it is extremely dense. It's uniform, and I kind of go back and forth. I actually like the fleece on the second place ram a little better. He'll be our best fleece ram out here, but I think two really good fleece rams, but both very high quality. Like the balance of the ram there in two, like I said before, I want to blow them apart from behind and give them a bit more base and natural thickness, but I think two outstanding rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the yearling ram class for the natural colored merino show. First to entry 113, Laurel Stone, Bonetta, Oregon, with ACM Shamrock 2415. Second place to entry 114, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio, with Smith KLS 2447. And that is the best fleeced animal in that class.
Here on the natural colored merinos. I think three nice rams. The ram that wins the class, I think, does it extremely quickly, and he does it because he's, I think, by a fair margin, the most structurally correct ram in the class. He gets out and moves with some added flexibility. I think he's significantly better out of his hock and hind leg compared to the two rams ahead of him. With that being said, he's still long-bodied. He's still attractive and well-balanced and has a good fleece on him. I think a really nice place to start. Like I said, the rams there in 2 and 3 give me some problems because, quite frankly, I want to change the back leg structure on both of them. I think they're kind of similar in that regard. The ram that runs in second will be our best fleece ram of the class. I appreciate that fleece about him. He's a long-bodied, extended kind of sheep, and I think that's why he beats the ram there in 3. The ram there in 3, another nice fleece kind of sheep. Like I said, I want to change his back leg structure. I kind of want to change his structure all the way through. He gets a little round and short-bodied for us today, but again, 3 outstanding rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the Shetland class of early spring ewe lambs. First place to entry 45, Derek Opliger, Smithville, Ohio, with PH Rhea, 12:15. Second place to entry number 46, Elise Keening, Bloomingdale, Indiana, with Savannah Moore Rosen. Third place to 41, Becky Doherty, Parker City, Indiana. 4 to entry 42, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. 5 to 44, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. 6 to 40, Michelle Glaude, Putnam, Connecticut. And 7 to 39, Abby Funk, Romney, Indiana. Placing on the natural colored merino class of senior ram lambs. First to 116, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California, with Mendenhall 24151B. Second, best fleece in the class to Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California, Mendenhall 24145. And third place to entry 115, T. Connor, Asheville, Ohio.
really nice and interesting set of natural colored rams out here, and I kind of took a little second look and had them get out and travel a little bit. I think there's some things structurally really about these top three that I want to pick apart a little bit. I think at the end of the day, the ram that wins the class is the one I like when I get my hands on him, and he's easily got the most top and hip dimension and natural thickness. Now with that, he's carrying a little bit more wool, but I think you get underneath that wool and there's just more thickness and muscularity there, and that's something I get interested in. I think the fleeces are relatively similar on all three of them. Do I want to jack him up just a little bit and raise up his chest flora hair? Yes, but I think a nice kind of sheep there to start with. The ram there in two, I think a sheep from the side profile here, when he gets him put together, you like the extension and length of body on that sheep. I think another really good fleece kind of ram. Appreciate that. When I get my hands on him, he gets a little sharp topped and peaked for me, and honestly kind of going all the way back. I think along with probably all three of these rams, they get a little short and choppy off of their back legs. The ram here in three, a kind of a problem sheep. He'll be your class winner from a fleece quality standpoint. Appreciate that fleece on him. I think he's the ram that gives me a kind of some fits when I get my hands on him. He's kind of a high-shouldered sheep, kind of wants to kind of crash right there behind his shoulder. And again, like I said, I think he kind of has the same hind leg structure issues as the two rams ahead of him. Nice, complete kind of ram there in four, and I think he takes a nice picture and he balances well. A sheep that simply gets out-powered and out-horsed today, and the sheep that rounds out the class, I think a similar pattern that's got some extension. Probably the biggest fleece problem I've seen today is on that ram, though. Nice set of sheep all the way through. Congratulations. Here in the natural colored ring, a natural colored merino ring, we have a single entry ram lamb here, and I think a nice single entry. He's got some extension, some length of body. I think he's functional enough in terms of his structure, good enough in terms of his fleece. Just a nice single ram there for the young ram, the young man. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored winter ram lamb class for the Merinos, first place to 118, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio, with Smith KLS 2519. Second place to entry number 120, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California, with Mendenhall 25005B. Third place in the best fleece in the class to entry 122, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon, with ACM Francis 2430. Fourth place to 119, Dam Sheep Farm, Wauseon, Ohio. And fifth to entry 121, Dam Sheep Farm, Wauseon, Ohio. Placing on the natural colored spring ram lamb class, first place and best fleece to 123, T. Connor, Asheville, Ohio, with TRJ 0892. Placing on the class of late spring ewe lambs for the Shetlands, first place to 54, Becky Dartery, Parker City, Indiana, Liberty Acres, Pintus 356. Second place to 52, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana, with Little Eagle Hee Hee 1236. Third place to 48, Amy Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts. Fourth place to 53, Elise Conning, Bloomingdale, Indiana. Fifth to 49, Michelle Glaude, Putnam, Connecticut. 6 to 51, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. 7 to 47, Evelyn Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts. And 8 to 50, Abby Funk, Romney, Indiana. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Shetlands, first place to 60, Becky Dartery, Parker City, Indiana. Second to Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. Third to Elise Conning, Bloomingdale, Indiana. Fourth to Michelle Glaude, Putnam, Connecticut. Fifth to 55, Evelyn Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts. And sixth to Abby Funk, Romney, Indiana.
Here in the natural colored merino ring, I think we've had a really good ram show and not quite as many numbers, and I think that's kind of expected. This being the first year that we brought the blacks or natural coloreds into the fold, and but I think there's some really good ones. And honestly, I think my champion and reserve champion make a lot of sense for me. I think they're sheep that are functional. I think they're sheep that are good in their fleeces, sheep that get out and move very well. And honestly, I think champion and reserve made a lot more sense. Well, not necessarily made more sense, but was a lot easier decision for me here on the natural coloreds, and I'll go congratulate them now.
For the Shetlands, our grand champion ewe goes to entry number 26 out of the yearling ewe class, Becky Dartery, Parker City, Indiana, with Liberty Acres Elsa. The reserve grand champion to 45 out of the early spring ewe lamb class, Derek Opliger, Smithville, Ohio, with PH Ra 1215. Now ready for best fleece. And over on the Shetland side, for the natural colored merinos, Our champion ram was 113 out of the yearling ram class, Laurel Stone, Bonetta, Oregon, with ACM Shamrock 2415. The reserve champion was 116 out of the senior ram lamb class, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California, with Mendenhall 24151B. Best fleece in the Shetland show went to Derek Opliger of Smithville, Ohio, with his entry from the early spring ewe lamb class, entry number 45, PH Ra 1215. Placing on the Shetland Flock class, first in the flock and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Becky Daugherty of Parker City, Indiana. Placing the rest of the way in the flock, second place, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. Third, Evelyn Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts. And 4, Michelle Glaude, Putnam, Connecticut. That does conclude our Shetland show. Our judge has been Alex Wolf of Ohio.
A nice set of natural colored yearling ewes out here, and I think from a structure standpoint we kind of pick and choose a little bit. There's some tweaks I want to change on all of them, but I think I get out here and the ewe that I think suits me from a body style standpoint in terms of her center rib and dimension and muscularity wins the class, and she's got a really good fleece to go with that. Is she the most extended ewe out here? No. Does she have a little more front end to go with all that rib and dimension and power? Absolutely, and I maybe want to change how she handles her hock just a touch, but quite frankly, that kind of is a theme in this class. But I think in terms of just pure broodiness and rib dimension and natural thickness, she needs to win the class. The ewe there in 2, and she's in shorter fleece and you maybe can't tell quite as well. That's the other really thick, powerfully constructed ewe in this class, and she is big and powerful down her top. I appreciate that about her. Very good fleece on that ewe as well. I think we get a little funky off of her back legs, and like I said, that's kind of a theme. She's not quite as rugged in terms of her foot size and bone work, but again, I think a lot of utility and usefulness fleece, and that ewe there in 2. The big ewes in 3, and she is tall and she is long. She's also got a fair bit of wool on top of her to kind of accentuate her size. But with that, she's long-necked and she's long-bodied, and you appreciate those things about her. When I put that ewe in motion, she wants to get too rigid in her spine. She wants to get a little short-strided off of behind, and I know she's kind of got an attitude problem out here, and that probably doesn't help that. But I think she's got a really good fleece as well. If I can make her a little more mobile, and quite frankly, for as big-framed as she is, I want to make her more powerful and blow her apart. The ewe there in 4, I think, kind of sits there, and honestly, I think she's maybe as mobile and flexible as anything out here. Maybe doesn't have quite the look and design of the ewes ahead of her. Very good fleece, and she's going to, not quite, very good fleece on that ewe. She balances well, but I think in terms of motion, I like her flexibility as much as anything. Now she gets small, she gets a little refined in terms of her kind, and can't quite play with the 3 ewes ahead of her. Similar story with the ewe there in 5, and she's going to be our winner for the best fleece in the class, and I appreciate that. I think a great lustrous fleece on her uniform. I think there's a lot to like there. Again, I think she runs out of power, and there's just simply needs to be blown apart. She needs to be thicker in her kind, not quite as well as mobile as the ewe ahead of her, but an outstanding set all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored merino yearling ewe class, first place goes to entry 127 T. Connor, Asheville, Ohio, with TRJ 0782. Second place to 133 Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California, with Mendenhall 23108. Third place to 129 T. Connor, Asheville, Ohio. Fourth place to 128 Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon. And fifth place to 131, and this is the best fleeced animal, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon, with ACM Flamingo 2332. Sixth place to 132 Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. And seventh place to 130 Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. Placing on the yearling ewes, first to 134 T. Connor, Asheville, Ohio. Second to 135 Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon. And third to 136 Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California.
nice set of naturally colored merino ewe lambs out here, and I think they get pretty logical for me. The ewe that wins the class, and I think 1 and 2 are very similar from a fleece standpoint. They're the two better fleece ewes out here. I think the ewe that wins the class offers just a notch more top and hip dimension when I get my hands on her. I like that about her. I think she's a ewe that's a real straight down her top line as well. The ewe there in 2 will be our best fleece sheep. I appreciate that about her. A ewe that I think it's just a touch shorter body, might not quite as much dimension when I get my hands on that sheep. Like I said, their fleeces are very similar, just like the second one, just a hair more. The ewe there in 3, I think, is logical in that spot, and she gives up some structure and balance and proportionality compared to the 2 ewes ahead of her. I like her for having a little more center rib and foot size and bone work as we compare to the ewe that rounds out the class. Ewe that rounds out the class, a ewe that, again, I think has a good enough fleece on her, a ewe that I think just is getting a little light in terms of condition. I get my hands on her, and I just want more sheep there, and she gets a little thin today. But a nice set of ewes all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored senior ewe lamb class for the Merinos, first place to 140, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California, with Mendenhall 24-112. Second place and best fleeced animal in the class, 137, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California, on Mendenhall 24-152. Third place to 139, Jamie Dietz, Rupert, West Virginia. And fourth to 138, Jamie Dietz, Rupert, West Virginia.
as we finish out our classes here in the natural colored merino ring, a nice set of young ewe lambs out here. And honestly, I think a class that becomes pretty logically for me. I think we got a whale of one up on top, and that's a good fleece sheep. She's extremely long-bodied. She gets out and motors extremely well. I think she balances well. She gives us some added front end extension to go with it. I think there's a ton of good and quality in that sheep that wins the class. The ewes in second and third get a hair closer for me, and the ewe in second offers, again, more length, more extension. I think she's a hair later maturing. If that matters to you, it's not a huge thing in my world, but she does have more extension and look to her. I think a good enough fleece on that ewe as well, and I think it's just her added extension and elevation up front that beats the ewe there in three. Ewe in three is going to be our best fleece winner of the class, and really appreciate that fleece. It's dense, it's uniform, it's really good to look at, and really, I think it's a notch better than the rest in the class, but the rest in the class are very elite as well. That ewe I like from a center rib standpoint. She gets a little plain in her kind and just gets a little rounder off of either end and shortens up as we compare to the two ewes ahead of her. The ewe that rounds out the class, another ewe that I think gives us a little more extension and length, and I appreciate that. That's a ewe I think that gets off in terms of her balance and structure. I need to see her move out better. I want to drop her flank a bit, but I think four outstanding ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored merino winter ewe lamb class, first place to entry number 75, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon, with ACM Sansa 2427. Second place to 141, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California, Mendenhall 25004B. Third place and the best fleeced animal in the class to 142, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon, with ACM Bridget 2501. And fourth place to 143, Grace Schultz, Lebanon, Connecticut.
I guess I was wrong. We got one more ewe lamb class out here, baby ewe lambs, and honestly, I think they sort pretty logically for me. A real young green one up on top that I think it has a pretty distinct advantage in terms of design and structure. She gets out and moves extremely well. She's proportional. She's well balanced, and she's still got a good enough fleece on her. I like that ewe when I get my hands on her the best as well. The ewe there in two is one that's extended, and she's long-bodied and she's long-fronted. I think I get enough fleece on her as well. a ewe that, again, I think it's a little piecey compared to our class winner, but I still think she's got a structure advantage over the ewe that rounds out the class. The big high growth ewe's in 4, and she's going to be the best fleeced ewe as well, and I appreciate that about her. Lots of good things about that ewe, but I just need to change her structurally, and she needs to get out and be more mobile, especially off of her hind legs. Kind of gives up some balance as well, but I think 3 outstanding ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored spring ewe lamb class, first place to 145, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio, with Smith KLS 2522. Second place to 144, Amy Schroeder, Macomb, Ohio, with Schroeder SFF 2331. And third and best fleeced animal in the class, 146, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon, with ACM Foxley 2509. Your next class is pair of ewe lambs. Next class is for champion and reserve champion natural colored merino ewe. Placing on the natural colored pair of merino ewe lambs, first place to 149, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Second to 147, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon. And third to 148, Jamie Dietz, Rupert, West Virginia. Following the selection of our champion and reserve champion ewe for the natural color division, we will show best natural colored headed sheep for the merinos. Best headed for the natural colored merinos will be next. And then we'll do best natural colored fleece. And then we're going to ask that overall best merino fleece, that white fleece winner, to come back to show against the natural colored fleece winner for a banner.
I'm somebody that if I kind of make my mind up, I kind of go fairly quickly. And to me, there's two sheep that hit me really hard, and one of them hit me really hard. She'll be champion, and the other will be reserve. Before I go name them, I do want to thank the breeders and in association for having me here, for the North American for having me here. This is really a fun show to judge, and there's a lot of different kinds of sheep, and I kind of like that. They fit different segments of the breed in the industry, and that's fun to get out and evaluate. And it's nice I can be here, and you brought me back when I can get up and walk. I couldn't do that last year when you asked me, so but I got a nice set here. Like I said, I think Champion U is real easy. I think Reserve follows her real closely. I'll go congratulate them now.
Champion U goes to entry number 75 out of the Winter U Lamb class, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon, with ACM Sansa 2427. The reserve grand champion went to our first place yearling U, T. Connor, Asheville, Ohio, TRJ 0782. Again, now we will show best natural colored merino, best headed natural colored merino. Best headed natural colored merino will be your next class. Your next class is natural colored best fleece. We do want to remind that individual that had the white best fleece to have it ringside and ready, because we will show the white best fleece against the natural colored best fleece for an overall best fleece for the merino breed. Natural colored merino best headed goes to Terry Mendenhall on 24112. For our natural colored merino, our best fleece goes to Laurel Stone of Veneta, Oregon, with the yearling U 2332. We're now going to show that natural colored fleece against the white fleece to determine an overall winner, and we have a banner for that. Following that, we will do the flock class, the natural colored flock class. Now showing natural colored flock. Placing on the natural colored flock class, first to Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon. Second, and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the natural colored portion, is Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. That does conclude your National Merino Show. Our judge has been Justin Benz from Oregon. See you all in the morning.